What's up, fellas? Sure, I got. Wanted to make sure I got everything before I started the stream. Yeah, sorry about last. It's not feeling good. How about the Tartan Army? Shit, man. Is it not crazy? I mean, it's crazy. They haven't been to the Cup since like 1998. It's been like 30 years since they even made it to the Cup. It's crazy, and they look like a damn good time. Like they had the people at Fenway, or they like lit the whole crowd up. And what else is crazy? You know how many Scots came here for the World Cup? It's like 40,000 Scots came to America to watch the World Cup and watch their team in the World Cup. 40,000. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure they like booked whole planes to get here. Like they just booked the whole damn thing and fly over all together. It's crazy. And I seen a thing like where they apparently they do like philanthropy, like they donate money and stuff to the towns that they're in. They like find a charity, a local charity or something like that. Um, yeah, but I mean they've started doing that, I guess, for this World Cup, Scotland. But these soccer fans, they're quite impressive, quite impressive. They have a totally different attitude, it seems like, or and it's it's much more of a team thing, much more of a community thing. Like, they go everywhere. It's like this big throng of Scots. They go everywhere together. They bring they have bagpipers, drummers, like do a parade wherever they go. It's pretty wild. It's honestly, it's kind of nice. I wish I wish the World Cup came here, would come here again. I wish that I had been more into it from the jump, but although they've like bastardized it. 64 teams. It's kind of ridiculous. And also, how is it that we got snubbed when the World Cup is in America? Like, it's not in the US, it's in North America. They're playing matches in Monterey and like I think Mexico City, Vancouver. I mean, like, what the fuck, man? Why do we get cheated out of, some of these matches? I don't know. It just seems kind of lame to me. Trade with the Muslims for what? What were you there for? What were they playing at? Jordan or Egypt? Is that what you're talking about? One of those teams? But it's so I don't get it. Like, and they're changing the World Cup. They like doubled the teams that play now. Oh shit, my bad. I meant to put the camera on. They doubled the teams, like 64 now. They just keep raising it seems like. Also, we got screwed out of, it's not in our country, it's in North America. My little brother said something interesting to me, and I think he's right. They're trying to promote the Pan American deal, and I've brought this up before. Oh, nice. Nick's tripping. What do you mean? I didn't watch that. I didn't watch it last night. I haven't watched it at all yet. But my little brother brought this up. It looks like they're really trying to push the Pan American federation thing or confederation where I've talked about this where it's like Pan American Federation of South America and North America, where we just kind of throw in, throw our lot in with the Americas, the American nations, and although and like I was talking to him about it, like honestly, I don't that doesn't I don't have a problem with that as long as they're not going to try that freedom of movement BS that they did in Europe and totally stuck Europe with a bunch of parasites. You know, like as long as these people, as long as it's not freedom of movement type deal, or at least to America, because why don't we, if that's what we're gonna do, like we may as well just, I don't know, it'd be like it would be the end of the U.S. American culture, white American culture. I believe it would. It it looks like they're like it is almost over. Like European culture is just throwing in the towel, basically. Not because we want to, but because our governments have decided that uh, that pesky nationalism's got to be done away with. Like half the people in our country speak Spanish now. Maybe we should. I mean, if they're just going to chip away at it day by day, spick by spick, then just just get rid of it all. Then, if you know what I mean, like just go ahead and roll out the authoritarian state. Get the goons and the jackboots out because in England they're like outlawing having the English flag in some of their municipalities. What the hell is going? And the Super Bowl, that shit with the Bad Bunny, bro, that was the same thing as they're doing with this the North America, North and Central American World Cup. They're trying to promote this unity thing where we see them as like our Western hemisphere, or whatever the hell hemisphere we're in, where we see them as like some sort of kin or they're our our brothers or you know like kind of it looks like they're just taking our shit away from us, our nationality. They're trying to anyhow. And they're only doing it to our country. That's how it seems anyway. It's like only we have to give up our shit. Only we have to surrender our nation and our land. We just have. They're not. They don't even press these Spanish people. They don't even try. It's like we're just gonna have to learn Spanish. That's how it looks. We're just gonna have to learn Spanish. You know. I don't know. It's starting to get to the point where it's like, bro, just fucking come out with it if this is what you guys are gonna do, so we can just have it out or not. Just let it go and move on if that's the way it's gonna be. It's just it's so underhanded and sneaky how they're doing this stuff, and most people are stupid. Most people don't even realize what's happening. It's so ridiculous. Like it's so tiresome. People they don't even see things changing around them. They just they're so focused on doom scrolling with their phone. It's and I'm so sick of all the ebonics that we everybody speaks. Bro, I was watching a video earlier that was this guy was man on the street interviewing people in Norway, some Norwegian dude, and he's asking he's only doing Norwegian women in their like 20s, asking them what they're looking for and this and that. And like these women are speaking Norwegian, and one of them, she said, I caught in the middle of her sentence is all gobbledygook. I don't know Norwegian, but right in the center of that damn sentence, I heard her say low key, and I just like, you gotta be shitting me, man. You gotta be shitting me, bro. We're all gonna be speaking that shit eventually. I mean, it's just phrase by phrase, man, until we're down to some retard language like Ebonics. And everybody just goes right along with it, man. They just go with the flow, low key. And even I do it, and it pisses me off. I see when I do it, I know when I do it, like in the streams. You know what? I feel so, it's so cringe, man. But like that's the water we live in, bro. And we're all so interconnected on the planet. It's rubbing off, dude. It's rubbing off on everybody else. Why is it that only the bad stuff goes like turns to a virus? Why is that, bro? Nothing good does that. Nothing good catches on. Ebonics and uh, depressing. It's depressing, bro. Yeah, but other than that, the World Cup, it is pretty legit, man. And it's so weird that these people thought, what, oh, are they gonna have enough, infrastructure, stadiums, and this and that, for to host the World Cup? Oh, you're worried about like we're gonna have to build stadiums? You mean like Qatar? Like Qatar? No, no, that's not a problem. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that the state of Florida could have hosted that shit and done fine. Or we have like 10, or we have several colleges. You got the Swamp, FSU, uh, Jacksonville. It was Alltel Stadium, or I forget what it is now. You had the Tampa Bay Bucks with Raymond James. You got down south, Miami, uh, the Hurricanes. You got, I mean, bro, I mean, you got the Citrus Bowl in Orlando and UCF's arena. I mean, shit, man. And what the hell? Why did they do it in Qatar, bro? Some shithole sandy, like just some piece of patch of shitty desert in the middle of the Middle East, bro. At least here, people get to see, like, what I think is so great about it is people, they're not in New York, they're not in Miami. Well, Scotland's in Miami, right? And so is Brazil, but they're like in Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Arizona. That is dope, man, because these people, they're actually, and you see them, they're all like, whoa, like shocked and awe because all everybody's media, all the Western media is just, it's state TV. It's state TV, man. All they do is try to scare us. All these people, they came here expecting to like, witness drive-bys and shootings and stabbings, or not stabbing. I mean, they see those enough at home, but they all thought that they were gonna hear gunshots and sound, shots fired while they were here, and not the case at all. And really, I didn't even know that Europe, just their media just takes us to task every day, and just bashes us all the time. That was funny, Grand Design. That is funny, bro. uh Camping World Stadium is, I don't think it's Camping World. Isn't it Lamping World or something like that? Or I don't know. I've heard it say, or maybe it is Camping World. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, down south there. Does anybody know what the deal with the traffic cones on their heads is? I don't get that. Like, I still don't know what, trying to kind of figure out what that's all about, but I haven't really been able to. Yeah, that, I mean, when I seen them in Fenway Park, man, they were having, bro, they put those bars, they dried those bars up, man. They were having to order emergency shipments of beer and stuff. Like I didn't realize that was actually possible. Like in Boston near Fenway Park, how is that possible? Well, it's probably because people just ain't drinking in America really anymore. Bars are going out of business and what have. Yeah, I've never been to the Miami Stadium. I always thought it was pretty neat, how when the Dolphins would play, you'd see the baseball diamond. They would remember Ricky Williams playing on the baseball diamond and stuff. Always thought that was pretty cool. Never been in that stadium though. Actually, I've never really been to Miami. Been through Miami technically, going to Key West, but I mean, Miami looks pretty dope. It looks like Scarface still, like the damn town, whatever that area, Little Havana or whatever that area is that you see in Scarface, like when he goes to pick up the yayo and he ends up shooting those Colombians. Bro, those like hotels and like buildings from the 50s, they're still there, man. Still there. Sick. Totally badass. But it's like 6 hours away. Just a bunch of Puerto Ricans and Cubans. I can get those here. You know, I can get plenty of that here. I'm at. I like Key West though. Key West was sick. Damn good time. But I never really go down to South Florida. I think the other time that I think I've only been down there for Key West one time. And the only other time that I've been down that far south, I went to Okeechobee Music Festival, Okeechobee, Florida, years ago, like 15 years ago. And also West Palm Beach, I've been one time. Yeah, I love Daytona. I was just gonna bring that up actually. I used to live in New Smyrna Beach, which is Daytona Beach. Basically, it's separated by a jetty, a pile of rocks. Basically, I used to live there. I lived there for like a year, and I used to go to the beach like every day before work. I'd go to the beach, and then go home, take a shower, and then go to work. And I worked like on the beach practically. But Daytona is awesome. I prefer New Smyrna a little bit better. It's a little bit more of a locals beach. But I want to say that it might be like the only beach in the country that still you can still drive your car on. You can still drive onto the beach. They have, ramps down into the beach. You pay like $5 and you park on the beach. It's awesome. I've always preferred that. Although Cocoa Beach is dope too. But if you guys ever do go to Daytona, pop into New Smyrna Beach. It's literally just it's like New Smyrna Beach and Daytona Beach, they're the same beach, but they're separated by a jetty. But New Smyrna, the town, is really cool, man. It's like really old. They have an old sugar mill there. It's just like ruins, legit ruins. Um, a lot of old stuff there, but also like all their buildings are like most of them are from the 60s and they're just like really badass little boutique building and stores. It's awesome. They have like a little main street that dead ends into the beach ramp. It's a lot of fun. Really is. Especially especially because you can drive on it, and there's decent waves there. Uh Coco though, you can drink on the beach. Cocoa Beach you can drink. Um Daytona you can't drink because driving. And boy, let me tell you, there's a lot of police on that beach. A lot of police. Beach patrol. and they're kind of dickheads too. At least the ones that I've dealt with. Um, yeah, I like Daytona, Clearwater too. I mean, basically, and also there's one called Play Linda Beach. It's in Merritt Island. It's on the intercoastal, and Play Linda is sick, man. It's a really cool beach, and it used to be like desolate, like it was secluded, like they had built boardwalks and parking, and me and my dad would go out there to go surf fishing, and there it would be like nobody out there. It was awesome. It has like that kind of sand it's almost like chalk, man, and it kind of squeaks. The sand squeaks it's really nice. And like they section the beach off where it's like there'll be series of parking sections with boardwalks that lead to the beach. Each one of those parking sections is like a one, two, three, four, five, and I think there's 20 or 25 of them. The very last one is a nude beach. And me and my dad discovered that years ago. But it's a really nice beach. Really nice. Yeah, New Smyrna is definitely. I mean, if you go to Daytona, Daytona's rather touristy. New Smyrna is not. I mean, and like I said, they're not really all that separate. But New Smyrna is like old school. It's almost like it has that old beach town vibe. So does Cocoa. Cocoa and Rockledge, it's like the same town, but Cocoa and New Smyrna, those are where locals go. Locals don't go to Daytona. Really, not really. I mean, not really. And like Daytona's, it's the tourist trap. So that's why I say New Smyrna. If you duck over to New Smyrna, it's almost like you duck off into a whole different into a whole different vibe and a whole different environment. Basically, it's like slow. It's like a sleepy little town. Not much for population. Uh, they have some really good restaurants there too. There's one called the Garlic. I worked there when I lived there. It's like a five-star Italian restaurant. It was is amazing. It's pretty amazing. Not gonna lie. Sure. And they have this bakery there called Mondelez. It's been there since like the 50s. My mom went there as a little girl. They sell subs and baked goods, like kind of like desserts and stuff, but it's really good. Every time I go to New Smyrna, I pop into Mondelez and get some pastries and some baked goods and subs. We usually get subs on the way there too, just because. But yeah, and I guess you guys don't live in. I mean, honestly, I've gone to the beach my entire life. It's kind of I don't really talk about it anymore. I don't really ever have a reason to talk about it. Everybody here has gone to the beach their whole life too, so it's like you don't really hear much about it in passing. But there's a lot of other, the all up and down the coast are beaches, but Daytona's one of the high profile ones. Like because of the NASCAR, the 24 hours at Daytona. Um, what else is there's a couple of other things I forget. They escape me at the moment. I do think that Miami. I've heard that Miami's beaches are incredible. Fort Lauderdale and stuff. Like I said, but and Key West is Key West is amazing. Uh, but you go down there to stay there. You don't go down there to go to the beach. You go down there to stay for a week or 2 weeks or whatever. But I always loved it, or I loved that place. I think I've been twice actually, but I always loved that place because the damn island or the key is only big enough. It's not big. It's like you can. You stayed for 2 weeks, you could probably see the whole island walking. Most like, yeah, pretty much. You could see the whole island by walking in 2 weeks. But you rent a scooter or whatever. Um, but I always loved it because it was like that because you could walk. We would just go there and it's almost like it's hard to put into words, but it's almost like it gives me the same feeling that I used to when I was a kid. They used to have these interactive games on computers and games like I Spy and stuff. It's almost like a Where's Waldo, like it's like that. There's walk around and there's just so many cool things to do, museums, pirate museums, and the houses have gingerbread along, what I'm like that gingerbread's the decorations along the flashing, the roof, the roof overhang flashing. Oh man, it's so cool. The gingerbread houses, they're pretty common, but they'll be like one for every street, and it's me. I just remember the whole time we were on that island, it was so cool because you would like it was like it was like being on an Easter egg hunt. Just all kinds of stuff. There's tiny little shops like Sloppy Joe's. That bar is awesome. Like in Ernest Hemingway, where he lived down there, there's cats everywhere. Those Hemingway cats with the extra claw, the extra toe. And you could tell where he lived because those cats are everywhere. I mean, they're thick as flies in that area. But also, there's roosters and chickens that run. It's free range chickens all over the island, all over it. And I remember when we were there, we went to a we went to a cemetery. I remember trying to catch some chickens. Man, them shits are just wasn't happening. But yeah, they have a U.S. naval fort there or Army fort. It's old, like world, like Civil War. The key lime pie is out of this world. So good. Seafood's pretty good too. But it's just like a lot of almost just like it's not that there's stores, but it's like museums, man. Like little bitty like they turn houses into museums and stuff. And they're all over the place. It's hard. It's really hard to put into words like how it feels. My parents always got a condo before Airbnb. They would get an Airbnb basically. Um, remember one time we were staying at a hotel. It was one of those ones. I think it was 2 story, but it was small. It was like a small motel. They only had like 10 or 12 units. Had like a courtyard and they put out breakfast in the courtyard. Tropical foliage and stuff all over the place, like being in a jungle practically. It was really neat. Then the time we went after that, I think it was Thanksgiving or it was in November. And my parents got like a private house or a private condo. It was so nice, man. So nice. My parents, they kind of were ahead of the curve. They didn't really like to get hotel. It was awesome though. You get a scooter and ride around. I was young though, so but you could walk practically anywhere. Or you just kind of catch a ride into town with a bus or whatever I forget the how how you get from there. It's not big. You can walk into town, but um once you get into town, yeah, you just walk. Just walk. And then that Flagler Hotel is amazing. It's so cool, man. That Flagler Hotel that Henry Flagler built. And he built a hotel in Flagler County. And I think he did some work in Daytona too, but he built a railroad that went from like North Florida down to Key West. And he built oh yeah, we had a car when we were there. I don't know why I was thinking. But he built railroad, and then he built a big hotel down there, and it's right next to that southernmost tip buoy. You know, where it's like 90 miles to Cuba. Thank you, Canuck. Yeah, I love fishing. No, I don't have a tackle box for my grandfather. I wish. I wish. Yeah, the golf side is great too. No waves though. You're not gonna get much for waves on the golf side, and also the water's a lot warmer. It's a lot warmer on the other side. It's almost like bath water on the golf side, like clear water and stuff. But it is nice. I always love it. The water's beautiful. Uh, yeah, but it's a totally different experience than the Atlantic side. Totally different experience. Yeah, no, there's a whole county named after Flagler. Flagler County, yeah. It's a big county too. I think it's just north of Volusia County, which is Daytona and New Smyrna and yeah, Daytona and New Smyrna are Volusia. That's where I used to live. Oh, I'm not talking about Nick really. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a lot warmer than the Atlantic side because the Gulf it doesn't have as much movement. You know, it doesn't have all the ocean currents. It's not as deep as Atlantic either. So the sun heats it up way. I mean, it's like a good. I think it's like the difference between 72, 74 degrees to like 79, 80, practically. Oh yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I've wanted to go down there and fish the snakeheads and peacock bass. I never been to Miami. I've always wanted to though. Definitely. I mean, I remember watching people on TV catch go peacock bass fishing when I was a kid and always wanted to those Oscars. They looked like fun. Yeah, I actually watched a Texas bass fishing got channel like a couple weeks ago, and the guy like just jumped on a plane randomly. Or no, it was an older video, but I guess it was winter in Texas and it was snowy there, and he jumped on a plane and was fishing like 5, 6 hours, 7 hours later, and he caught a snakehead. And at the same time though, man, I can fish like that here at home, fishing retention ponds and drainage ditches and stuff. Yeah, they got those here. Maybe not the peacock bass or the snakeheads, but if I was gonna go down there, I'd rather be fishing a proper waterway. And probably wouldn't do bad. I wouldn't do freshwater either. You can't eat freshwater fish in Florida, dude. You can't eat that. It's, you know, too many golf courses, I would imagine. All the runoff. But my dad always kind of, you don't eat the fish, not freshwater fish. Don't eat those. I like it, but saltwater or freshwater fishing. But it's like if I was going to go to Miami, I would go saltwater fishing. They have pretty awesome fishing down there, especially offshore. Go out and like catch grouper and marlin and all kind of stuff. Yeah, it's pretty chill. Yeah, I would say so. Especially places like New Smyrna, dude. Very sleepy town. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. It's kind of a cross between suburbs and rural. New Smyrna, anyway. Most of Florida is just scrub country. It's pretty empty. To be honest with you, it's like a 4 hour drive just to get to the border from where I'm at. Yeah, like 4 hours. It's a long ass drive, bro. And most of that way is just fields and cows. You don't realize it. We're like the number two beef producing state in the country behind Texas. We don't do feedlots here. They do free range cattle. They just let them go. And then when it's time to butcher, or they do a roundup every year, brand all the calves that have been born since the last roundup and to butcher. But it's all grass fed. And, actually, a lot of people don't realize this, but Florida literally fed the Confederacy. They could not have waged that war. They could not have waged that war without Florida cattle. And of course, because, Florida net was never invaded or anything like that. So, but yeah, we kept them in beef, or at least Florida did in the Civil War. And that's one thing. The South got stripped bare pretty much, and burned down, but they didn't go hungry. They didn't go protein hungry, apparently. They were eating good. Hmm. The Union, they wouldn't dare march over that border. Nothing but pestilence, heat, humidity, snakes, fires. You can't march through that shit. Why? Well, yeah, it's not all like that. A lot of it is. North Florida, it's a lot like Georgia and stuff, but I would a lot like Georgia. As you get further south, it changes a little bit. It goes from, you start seeing more and more palm trees. No, I don't know exactly how they supplied the Confederacy, but I know they did. I know they were the jugular. They were like the jugular for the Confederacy and their sustenance, like food, as it were. I don't know about other stuff, but because the Union had a blockade. It's not like they couldn't get a whole lot of stuff. They couldn't import much, but they could get it from Florida. But yeah, we still account for a huge portion of America's beef. Huge portion. Not as much as Texas, but and that we have an older tradition for raising cattle. Florida, it has an older cattle ranching tradition, and we still have ranches. I know between me and Tampa, or when I went to rehab, a couple guys in that rehab with me were ranch hands, dude. It was the weirdest thing, man. I never, and they were country as a chicken coop, and yeah, they did the round. They were ranch hands, they cow punchers, cowboys, but really they don't ride horses all that much. They drive pickups, they drive single cab short bed pickups, and they're the ones who kind of popularized the bullwhip, because that's how they round their cattle up. They use the bullwhip, and I think cowherd dogs to move the cattle. They go out into the or the wilderness, and they drive them. They just push the cows. That's why they call them Florida crackers, because they crack that whip. It's so funny too. As I've gotten older, I remember thinking whips were like Indiana Jones or for beating slaves, but actually, and or for beating people. They were a torture weapon or something, but that's actually not what they are at all. It's a gunshot without a gun being necessary. That's and they've been around for centuries, but it would be a bitch if every time you had to, direct your cows, you had to bust off a cartridge. So they use a bullwhip, but almost almost never whip whatever you don't whip horses, you don't whip cows, like that's nah, you don't do that. It's a noise. You do it for the noise. And also, like, there's these houses, they call them Florida Cracker Shacks or Florida Cracker Houses or Cracker Shacks, whatever you want to call them. They all have tin roofs and they call them shotgun houses because the front door is directly in front of the back door. It's a square, basically a little square box. The front door and the back door are lined up. So when you open both doors, you get a shotgun wind effect to the house. That's how they kept themselves cool or got some relief from, their house being 90 damn degrees. And that's why they had the tin roofs too, and they last forever. But yeah, they call them shotgun houses, and they're pretty badass. They're not very big, man. Shotgun shacks, not very big at all, but they're pretty cool. I love them. Honestly, I think they're badass. Yeah, that's why they call them shotgun shacks because it's like a shotgun. It has the opening on both sides, and and the wind really does. I mean, it blows through. And actually, my house has the front and back door are directly in front of each other. Yeah, you get a really nice breeze through both. And also, we got. I've seen houses down at not tons of them, but uh, two-story houses with wraparound porches on the bottom and second floor. Oh my God, those are so badass, those houses. I remember I did some moving work for a guy. He lived in Orlando. I did some work at his house on a lake, Orlando. And then after I finished, the trees were actually in the water. So I had to like it was weird. I had to spike these damn cypress trees and climb up to the top and whack it down section, drop it down into the water. But I was worried about my stuff falling in the water. But anyway, I finished it, and they had another house by Blue Springs, um, off the St. Johns River. I would imagine you guys know what Blue Springs is. It's where all the manatees and shit hang out in the winter. But yeah, the guy lived right off the St. Johns River. This dude had ultralight planes. He had an ultralight plane. Oh, I went to his other house, and it was way, way back. It was in cow country or scrub country, cow country, and they were surrounded by a lot of cattle ranches and stuff. And I remember getting back there, you had to take it was like a dirt road, and then you ended up road you were on was surrounded by pasture. So it had those pasture fences. But they had a huge piece of property. It was probably a good 10 or 15 acres. In their house, it was like maybe 100 yards away from the river, the water, and it just did a nice gentle slope down into the river. It was gorgeous. And I do have pictures on my TikTok too, but yeah, the guy I was there to to cut trees. He had a big, burn pile on his property, and he had a tractor, although the brakes didn't work, but it's flat ground. So anyway, I drove out there, and he just took me to all the trees he wanted felled. And when I would fell it, he would drag it with his tractor over to the burn pile. And then once we finished, I cut up the burn pile. just kind of went through and whacked it down a little bit, consolidated it. And then after that, his wife made us lunch. We hung out on the second story wraparound porch, and it was, bro. I was so jealous. This guy had an airplane hangar on that property. I'm not. I mean, like a real, like a big airplane hangar. And he's like, "You want to go for a ride?" Because I was like, "What, man? You have an airplane? Like what?" And he had a man lift at his other house in Orlando, like a nice cherry picker man lift. That I was like, "Bro, how do you have that? Like, what did you hire me for?" You know. But I was asked. I was like, he asked me if I wanted to go for a plane ride. I said, "Are you kidding me?" It's like, hell yeah, I want to go for a plane ride. And it was a seaplane, a little uh ultralight seaplane, and he pulled it out of the hangar and picked me up, and we went down and we flew just above the St. John's over all the kayakers and canoers, and everybody was way. I mean, we were flying low too, man. But it was so crazy. I've only been on an airliner. I think I've only been on one in my life at the time, and I was kind of like, oh, like that's kind of scary actually. Like, are you sure? uh, and what was cool is, where he lived. It was like, let's say it was like 2 or 3. No, 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 it wasn't 2 hours. It was about an hour outside of Orlando, down I-4. And like, what do you got this for? He goes, oh well, I like to come out here, and when I need to go home, if the traffic's bad, I just fly back. I'm like, well, how do you get your car? He goes, well, I live on a lake in Orlando. I just, take off from the river, land on the lake, and then I go back and get my car the next day when there's no traffic. I'm like, what? Bro, like that's not right, man. Like, not fair, bro. What the hell? Because, bro, that traffic is not cool, man. I can tell you that much. It sucks. Really sucks. And that plane, it's kind of wild because it's not a big plane, but it like, you're going straight and then you turn, the plane like keeps going, whatever direction you're traveling in. Let's say you turned uh 90 degrees, you would still drift in that direction for like a while. So when we were going on this snake like river, the St. John's, it was weird, man, because he would start turning and that sun, it would just keep. It was like we were two tracking or off roading. I don't know if any of you guys ever been off roading. How you kind of slide in sugar sand, you kind of move sideways. That's how it was, man, and it was wild though. It was wild, man. You just kind of keep drifting, and yeah, start going this way, but you keep going that way too. And he was like cutting these turns. I mean, getting like 5 feet off the water, and then like hitting these hard turns, sure, like and just it was sick, man. I got it all on video too. I'll have to show you guys one day. It was awesome, man. It was absolutely awesome. And he had the headphones with the little microphone so we could talk to each other. It was pretty dope, man. It was. It was. Drove around for a little while, and then afterward, it was really neat. He invited me to the spring. We went to Rainbow Springs and went swimming. It's basically like a swimming pool. It's almost like a community pool, but it's got a spring in the center. It's built around a spring, but like an Olympic swimming pool without the stupid lane things. And it wasn't poured, but like it had a deck, but it was like a spring-fed pool basically. It had like a kind of a grate that the water would flow out into where the river. They invited me there, and we went and like hung out at the spring and stuff. It was really cool. It really was awesome. And I never did see the guy again, and that kind of sucks. It was awesome. I wanted to meet his son too, because he was telling me taught his son how to fly and stuff. I was just overall blown away. Just so impressed. Like I just remember thinking like, man, I could just have half of the stuff that you have by your age. And the guy, he was like an engineer. He was a dude was smart as all get out. So was his wife. They were smart, man. Really cool too. And he was a little bit on the nerdy. I would have guessed that he was a nerd back in the day, or one of those kids that kind of kept to himself, did a lot of reading and stuff, soft spoken. That's kind of how he was. His wife was attractive, and they were in their 50s, 60s, something like that. They had two nice houses. They said they rented the one out in this on the river. I was thinking to myself, like, man, you guys must get an arm and a leg for that, for people staying there. It was awesome. Like the wraparound on both wraparound porches are just awesome. And the way the house was, it had these huge oak trees all around it, man. It was like an old kind. The style of the house was sort of like a farmhouse, kind of like, or like, it was like that. But it was old. The house was old as it was old. And shit, you know what? I have it on TikTok now that I think about it. I can show you guys right now. Actually, not don't take me, but I think they banned my account that I put it on. Damn it. Ha! Now that I think about it, they banned my damned account that I actually had posted that on TikTok. Bunch of punks, man. Now that I think about it, yeah, they banned my first account. What kind of shit is that? So lame. Yeah, but I did get footage of it and stuff, and it was amazing though. Never been in a plane like that. Never been in even a small Cessna. None of that stuff. And you so rarely meet people that own stuff like that, and that, like how the guy had man lifts. Like it was just like, dude, how do you have all this cool stuff? Both of his houses were just gorgeous, both on the water. Seriously, man, boomers made out like bandits, dude. They made out so good. I can't even hate, man. I can't even hate. Yeah, yeah. You're right. No, I'm no pilot. No, that's what I just didn't know how to refer to it. But I never really was in a plane that I could experience that in. I didn't realize planes did that, till I flew in one, and I was kind of just I was like, oh shit, this is wild. It was wild. It was certainly was. And the guy had been flying for a long time too. It wasn't like his first rodeo, or like it had been recent that he learned, or no, no, he had been flying for a long time. I believe his wife was a teacher. She was really cool too. She was blonde, freckly, which is that's one of those rarer combinations. Freckles and blonde. You don't see that very often. Remember, I went to school with a girl like that. I was talking to Grok last night. Oh, here we go. I was talking to Grok last night today because I was watching that Tartan Army thing, and noticed, man, that those Scots, they have a very distinct look, and the gray hair, that's a thing. For sure. It is a thing now that I found out that it is a thing, because I was started going gray at 14. I had my first gray hair at 14. And I noticed all them damn Scots are gray too. And I'm like, what the hell is going on there? And I asked Brock about it, and he was saying it's that MC1R gene, the one that makes people redheaded. She was saying that it all, or Brock was also saying, not only does it make people redheaded, but it also it causes hair follicles to go bad faster, to wear out quicker. Whereas, normal people, they go gray 30 in their 30s. Normal white people go gray in their 30s. My family goes gray in their mid teens. My dad, my older brother, my grandfather, my great uncle, all the males in my family, at least for the most part anyway, yeah, all gray at like I had a full head of gray, or I mean, my hair's been like this since probably 25, at 14 to 25. It went gray pretty damn quick. But yeah, because it causes the hair follicles to wear out. If you get one copy, well, my grandmother's a redhead, and my dad is like majorly Scottish, so I got two copies of that fucking gene. So that's why my hair went gray or started going gray at 14. I got a double dose of that shit. I didn't get red hair, but I got a double dose of that MC1R gene. And also it makes you like I do have a high tolerance for pain, and it also makes opiates, you're more sensitive to opiates. I didn't know that. I always, because I remember talking to what's her name, Red, chick Red, about asking her if her pain tolerance was about. I asked her if it was higher. I said, yeah, it's supposed to. Apparently, it's like adds like 20%. Or no, anesthesia. They have to give you about 20% more uh, anesthetic to put you out. But it also makes you more sensitive to opiates, and you have a higher pain. I do have a high pain tolerance. You have a higher tolerance for pain than normal people, and it's because your opiate receptors, I guess you have more of them. You have more opiate receptors, and so your natural painkillers kill pain better than normal people. I didn't know that. I also didn't know, like, I think that's kind of why I was into opiates. Like, they did affect me like that. Like, I don't know if it was more so than other people, but definitely a lot so. But yeah, we need less painkillers to get, I guess, probably overdose quicker. Imagine, but also, I didn't realize this, but people with that MC1R gene, they also feel temperature, extreme temperature pain before anybody else, like more sensitive to hot and cold. Like uh, our comfort threshold has a lower top temperature and a high, or I guess a higher low temperature too. Both ends of the spectrum. I had no idea that that was the case. And you don't have to be a redhead to have it. I guess it's kind of synonymous with freckles. I had freckles as a kid. My family has freckles, but yeah, it's synonymous with freckles, and a couple of other things. But there's definitely a look to Scots. My family has that look. It's kind of weird. I got dark features, dark hair, and dark eyebrows and whatnot. But I thought only redheads could carry that gene. Not so. And I guess I got a double dose of that shit. Um, Straight up a double dose. But yeah, I know I'm Scottish. My last name is like big time. I know my ancestor that came here. My mom's side, my grandmother's redhead. Her last name was Taylor. Like she was a Scot. But I don't know. I just wasn't so. I didn't know what the deal was with my dark feet. I get it from my mom, but there's Scots with dark features. I mean, I knew that because they call it like Black Irish, Irish, but I didn't. When I was talking to Grok about it, it just made me. I finally realized, or finally, no, my complexion is Scott too. Like all the freckles, like because I have freckles, body, that is not like a redhead's freckles, but I just have like random freckles all over the sparse, but all over the place. My dad, he's like not a redhead, but he has like the skin of a redhead, not quite as pale. He had like kind of like auburn hair, but he is super pale now that I think he's like red. Dude's red, man. It's kind of wild. Yeah, yeah. I didn't realize though that you could carry that gene without being a redhead. It makes sense though, like with the gray hair, and but it's like pale skin with dark hair, and or pale skin and gray hair. I don't know. It's a distinctive look, but my family looks that way. When I'd seen those Tartan Army, there was a few people in there that I was like, bitch, those people have this, like they look like they could be in my family. But then the Scots. There's a hell of a lot of blondes. There's a hell of a lot of people with the fair hair or with like a reddish hair. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's true. You did learn a lot. I mean, I make it my business to know that stuff. I mean, it's interesting. I go to the Scottish Highland Games. I used to go to it every year when it would come to town. Uh, and what was pretty cool, that Tartan Army. I'm like, it's so cool. The Scottish people that come for the football, they wear their kilts. I just love that, man. Like, cause it's almost gimmicky. You would if you saw them wearing it in Scotland, like going to work, you would think, well, that's kind of gimmicky. Like, I don't think it's kind of a special occasions thing, but it makes sense that when they're representing Scotland, though, they wear the kilt because they are Scots and they can announce themselves as Scots. Nobody else wears kilt. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, I love it. I love that when they represent their country, they wear kilts. That is sick. That's so cool. And they're kilts are functional. Really, they certainly are. Pull up the videos, but iCloud is being a little bitch. Doesn't, I guess it's not for the computer. Do it through QuickTime or, oh, okay. Here we go. Stay in the frame. I'm gonna There's the plane. He took off and then circled back around and picked me up. It's fucking awesome. So cool. That thing is so neat. It really was so neat. Yeah, I didn't take. I think for the one where we were in the air, I recorded a lot of it, but it's really neat. Hang on. It's fixing to There we go. There we go. Oh, I see. That's weird. It's in the same window, like two different tabs, but only the one tab shows up on OBS because even when I switched it, it didn't show up. That's weird. There we go. Yeah, see, believe that's his tractor in the burn pile there.
There's my little truck.
Yeah, there's my truck. It was awesome. There's his house down there. It was so cool, man. Absolutely sick.
Oh, man.
It was so awesome.
Oh, man.
And it was a true experience. It kind of blew me away. Truly. It was so cool, man. And I love that where he lived, it was just so beautiful. Sure. Here's a good one. I think this is the one where that we went over the kayakers and stuff. Yeah. This is the St. John's River right here, right near Blue Springs. It wasn't as long as I just wanted to show a bird's eye of that. It was really neat. Read the videos a little bit out in the my camera roll here. Pretty sure I had one that was like a good minute, 36, something like. Because I made a TikTok video, and it was like a minute long TikTok. It really wasn't that. It was not that small. There we go. I don't know why I turned it on the side there. Yeah, he got real low. He was not playing around, man. He knew what he was doing, I guess. He knew what he was doing, man. He got down real low. I was like, whoa, this is like wild, dude. Are you sure you went like, are we gonna do this? He was into it though. He was like, yeah, no, it's fine. We'll be all right. Oh wow, neat. I didn't realize that it would automatically put it in that the short, where it's vertical. I didn't think it would do that. Mm, forgot. You guys don't want to hear that shit. Damn, that river is a hell of a lot bigger than I remember it being, like a lot wider anyway. It's just massive, truly. Second. Doesn't automatically switch to the new one. There we go. That was like a good 15 years ago too. think I was probably in my mid 20s, like 25, 26, 27, something like that. Such a good time though, man. Good people too. Truly good people. Interesting too. The guy was obviously gifted. That guy was definitely not. I mean, at least he was at least on my level. He was at least as smart as I am. He also had degrees and shit too, so he had more to show for it than I do. It was pretty sick though, man. And you know, I would meet people like that. Oh, I would always meet people like that, and it was awesome. I would always make good friends, like with really. Here's the 3.5 minute long video. Son, missed that. But yeah, I always seemed to make really interesting friends when I was running my businesses or when I was doing tree work. Period. I made a lot of friends at my boss's job or my boss's company too. People, I don't know. People just it's easy for me to make friends. I don't know what it is. Uh, Always interesting too. Yeah, I always or like make connections with that are real like just really cool connections. A bunch of times, but I think it's because the stuff's not on my computer. I think it's iCloud. Yeah, it's not letting me do it. Weird. Huh. It sucks, man. It's like the only. It's the one that's actually. Oh, yeah, I dropped my lap. I guess half of it's my jeans. Also, I actually have footage from when I went to Chobe Music Festival. Oh yeah, here's the footage of me from the porch, from the wraparound porch when we ate lunch. God, I got that. And here we go. Yeah. Bro, it was amazing. He had just the sweetest piece of property. It was so cool. There's his lift. I told you he owned a lift. It was awesome. He had a little gazebo over there, and there's the staircase right there. Man, that guy, bro, they were living in the tall cotton, man. That was such a nice place, man. Such a nice place. That was the table we ate lunch at and stuff. Man, forgot about it. Forgot about it. I love he had Spanish moss, all that good stuff. Oh man, it was just such good people too. Such good people. Yeah, they owned a big old piece of property, man. And they owned one in town too. It was awful. It was awesome. Yeah, it was right off the St. Johns River, or yeah, Hambone. Yeah, it was. And this guy, he was smart, but he had them. He was an eccentric like me, I would say, but he also had the money to do something about it. That's what was so cool, man. The guy had money to do something about it. He could go and buy cool shit and buy ultralight airplanes and man lifts. He had more than one ultralight too. That wasn't his only one. His son had the other one, I think. It was impressive, man. It really was. I wish I had kept in touch with that guy, because maybe I would have wanted to rent his place or sometime. That would have been awesome. Some footage from the Okeechobee. Me and my brother went to that Okeechobee Music Festival. One year we went. Yeah, we went one year. and it was awesome. We went the first year, and it was amazing, man. It really was incredible. We didn't go the next year though, because I'm not into the festival thing. I think it's a little bit it's a little too modern for me. It's a little too multi-culty, uh, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but not rock and roll. I don't know. I don't like it. The atmosphere, a bunch of fucking hedonistic Americans with their women bare. I mean, they basically walking around in a thong, walking around with a piece of yarn between their butt cheeks and like fishnet leggings, stocking. It's just not into that stuff, man. It was a lot of fun. It really was, but I ended up doing a bunch of drugs. I ended up taking MDMA and stuff. Man, I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? And it's just like, bro, I'm not trying, man. I don't want to get poisoned. The girl that went with us, her phone, I had the exact same phone. It was an iPhone 6S, just came out. Somebody stole it out of her purse in the crowd. Nah, man, I'm good. It was sick, but all in all, it's like I was 24, no, 25. I just turned 20. It's like 2 weeks after my birthday. I just turned 25. Getting too old for that shit.
Perry, look at all these freaking trees,
That was
man.
fucked up. I'm gonna go. That's too cringe. I'm gonna go ahead and shut that up. Yeah, but the trees. I thought the light show was awesome, man, because the way they had it was that they had this. It was an oak hammock basically, and there was pines too, but mostly an oak hammock. But what they did was they rented the property from the owners. Then they set up all these stages in the oak hammock. Well, the oak hammock was almost like the trees were like a fence and with a courtyard. Like they turned all the trees into like caution tape that kept the venue separate from the camping area, because you had to have a wristband to get in there. And it was so cool though, because it was almost like a subway. It was one entrance to the venue. You walked, it was like it was woods, but you walked through an opening in the woods and the trees. It was almost like going through turnstiles at a subway. Bro, it was so cool, man. And it was like 6 stages, and you just moved from stage to stage. I think we saw Bass Nectar was there. Kendrick Lamar was there. It was so cool, man. It was so cool. But yeah, we didn't want to go again. I think my little brother, yeah, he went the next year too. He did go the next year. I said, no, I'm good. I'll pass. I would like to go to Electric Forest though, because my family lives in Michigan, and I kind of, you know, I thought that would be pretty badass. It was just like Electric Forest. My little brother went to, no, his girlfriend went to Electric Forest. There was a lot of people from Michigan that were at this Okeechobee Music Festival. A lot of people, and they had just legalized a bunch of stuff in Michigan. So all these guys, and another thing too is like every 10 minutes, some drug dealer would slide by our tent or our they call those the collapsible kind of a gazebo thing. It's like a tent, but it only has the roof. I forget what they call them. But yeah, we were sitting under there. We had one of those to hang out. Like 16 of us, my little brother's friends. It is dope.
Oh, I see the license plate. It's on
Florida flag there, boy. Everybody got their totems out. Hell yeah. That shit was so hard. It was a good time, bro. I'll tell you that much. Man. It was a hell of a good time. I don't regret it a bit. I mean, I don't know if I might would go to another one, but I just didn't want to go to it back to back. And also, my little brother said it fell off a little bit. It was not quite as badass as the first year. Not quite. He said it was close, but not quite there. Not quite there. And I was like, well, that's fine. And I'm glad I did. It's like $250, I think. And the time I did go, I didn't even know this shit was. I didn't know my brother was going. I didn't even know it existed until like 2 day, like the day before he went. They still had tickets though. He bought his tickets like a few days before I did, but we bought them like last minute. It was like 250 bucks, and it was worth it though. It was so worth it. We drove down in my truck. We almost the cops they searched my truck. They were randomly searching vehicles. Bro, we almost I thought we were going to jail, man. And those fucking redneck ass cops down there, dude, you don't want to mess with them. They're like, what's his name? How's that sheriff's name from Smokey and the Bandit? That's what they were like, man. Bunch of hicks, man. Asshole. I mean, I'm not much of a city guy either, but these guys, they were hardcore hicks, man. Like looking to bust city boys' heads type shit. That's the way they looked at us, you know? But we got through. They just kind of half-assed it, and we got through. Oh yeah, Robert Plant played there. We saw Robert Plant. We saw Hall and Oates. I forgot about that, man. So dope. It was such a good, bro. Like I heard Misty Mountain. Man, I couldn't believe it, bro. And we didn't even. I never planned on seeing him. He just so happened to be playing it. Robert Plant and Hall and Oates. It was awesome. What was I mean, and what was crazy is, man, the line to get into this venue, you had to wait in your car, to wait to get in this. Man, we waited in that damn line for like an hour, dude. You could hear the venue. You could hear the music. It was like you were. It kind of that it pissed us off. We're like, God, let us in, And it was out in the middle of nowhere. What they did was they rented, pasture land. That this is a cow farm. They rented this cow farm, so you had to drive way out in the middle of nowhere, nowhere. So like if you broke, there was no cell phone service. If you broke down, that was a wrap. That was it, man. You were stuck, dude. And yeah, they rented it from some dude. They rented a good like 10 or 15 acres, bunch of parking they made. They made a bunch of parking and then made the rest camping area for people. And then they made the venue and they made a little water park area. I don't know what that was about. We didn't even go to it. Space. This ain't basic. This is a band. Last one. I think this is Bass Nectar, or might be Kendrick Lamar. One of them two. But those were like kind of the headliners, Kendrick Lamar and Bass Nectar. This was, like I says, this was over 10 years ago. It was over 10. I don't know why I'm showing these. I don't know. I kind of felt like showing them.
I love you, Okeechobee. Congrats on the first year selling out. That's insane.
Sold out. Hell yeah.
Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up in the air. Here we go on the count of three. Make some fucking noise. 1, 2, 3. Where you are?
Yeah, that shit was so cool. It was such a good time. It really was.
Thank you so much.
I didn't, and I don't know, I didn't know anything about festivals. I didn't know about that culture, but they bring totems so that you can spot your group from outside of the crowd, and you can work your way to your group. And I know I have smaller clips, live photos that I took, bunch of them, and there was one totem that it cracked me up to no end. It was dick butt. That was the totem, and it was a dick with a butt. Oh man, it was so funny. And they would use fluorescent colors so that and because they have black lights everywhere in those festivals. They would use fluorescent, those black light colors so that the totems just would light up, man, with fluorescence. It was too fun, man. It was too fun. It really was. totally. I haven't thought about this in a long time, fellas. Long time. Good times though, man. Really was. And we rode with this chick. She lived across the street from us. You know, next neighborhood, a neighborhood across the street from ours in Orlando. And she needed a ride, so she rode with us and my brother in my single cab truck. She sat in the middle, you know, and had a stick shift. It was straight, but and I just got the truck too, actually. But I remember she slept in our tent too. You know, she was my brother's age. You know, she was like 5 or 6 years younger than I was, and wasn't bad looking. Uh, Freckly, dark hair. I think that she must have had some kind of South American. She was European for the most part, but she had something else in her. She had dark eyes and dark hair. She had a nice body though. She had a really nice body, and but she slept in our tent, and I thought, you know, what if we weren't as I was talking to my little brother about it. I was like, dude, she had some balls, man. I was like, what if we weren't the nice guys that we are? You know? Like, what the hell, dude? Like she slept in between the you and I. You know, it just seemed kind of like weird. That she was okay with it, you know? Or no, she didn't say nothing about it at all. And I'm thinking like, why do you want to sleep up in that tent with some stinky guys? We didn't shower for like 4 days. You know, and I was just like, geez, you got some balls. You got some gumption, sweetheart. I think she was only 18, 19. She was young, man. Very young. She had a nice booty. Pictures of that guy's house, too. I need to show you all those pictures because from the front, you can see the wraparound. There we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Nice. I was kind of upset that I didn't have a video to show you. I was like, damn. But it's the house. It's so beautiful, man. It's such a nice house. Real though. I just do it from the photo app. Yeah, that's the house right there. Isn't that nice? Tell me that ain't nice, dude. That is a beautiful house. I mean, bro, and the porch no, it's not a double, it's not a two-story wraparound. It's just the wraparounds on the top story. That's so cool. So cool. And it's got like it literally has a patio for the second floor. That's so cool. Like, and actually now that I know look at it, yeah, the lower floor was a garage. I forgot about that. Huh. That's so cool. It was a three-story house. That's right. A three-story house has a loft. But I guess the bottom story was like that because of the river, I would imagine. I would imagine it was because of that. But yeah, it was a great time, man. It really was. That Okeechobee, it was just too much fun. It really it was like a concert on steroids, man. Only people were a lot friendlier than at concert. Oh wow, he was sitting on the front steps of that seat. I didn't even realize that till I just yeah. Yeah, that was his wife. Yeah, I wish I had that much. I don't know if they had millions, man, but they sure had enough for a lot of cool toys. That's it. Really don't matter. I don't care how much they had. I want that much. Whatever it be. It was nothing. You know, like I want what he had. I met a hell of a lot of cool people in my definitely. Hell of a lot of you know, rolling through those pictures that far back, bro. Just go over pictures of me with girls that I dated. Fuck. You know, like, damn, I didn't think about that for a while. That sucks. Man, I'm looking at myself too. I was like 25, 26 doing tree work. God, I was huge. Like I forgot. I think I got. I didn't work out or nothing, but man, I don't think I've ever been that big since. I was only like that one when I did for that 1 year. Like my chest was all swollen. Like like I've never really, I don't work out, so but man, Jesus. Now I feel like an old loser. Bro, I need to delete these pictures. They don't make me feel good. Straight up, man. No, they don't make me feel good at all. Like I look at myself, there's no scar down the center of my stomach. Like my body's in pristine. I didn't tear my damn shoulders yet. Just in pristine, barely any grays. Dark. I don't really care about getting old, but man, it really bothers me. How yeah, beat up about my life. It bothers me. Like, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like I've always been that way. If I lose something, like these are my AirPods, bro. I can't let it go for weeks, man. It'll be the only thing on my mind for weeks. I lost my truck keys a couple weeks ago. Thought about it for 2 weeks straight, practically. So I'm kind of, I guess you could say, anal retentive. That shit really bothers me. I mean, it really bothers me. Like I remember losing AirPods or the little earpiece on the AirPods. I remember losing those at work doing tree work, spending like like for like the last couple hours of the day, just staring down at the floor for hours until I found the sun. I mean, I've always had a problem with that. Like I can't let shit go for some like especially my stuff, and if it means something to me, or if it's important to me, I cannot let it go. Or it takes me a long time to let it go. And even if I let it go, every time that I think about it afterwards, it will make me feel like shit for like 10 minutes. Like it sucks, man. Like it really does suck. I'm like that. I don't know. I'm sure there's some kind of a term for it. It is kind of pathological. I really, it's kind of compulsive. It's weird. What do you mean all the ads? The ads in YouTube? Yeah, I'm no hoarder. No, I'm a bit of a pack rat, but no hoarder. No, I mean, I throw shit away. It's like I tend to hang on to stuff longer than I need to hang. My grandfather was that way too. He was born in the Depression, so that kind of makes sense. But um, I'll hang on to things longer than I should. But I don't like. I'm not like, oh, I can't throw. No, don't throw that. No, no, no. It's not pathological like that. But it distresses me. It definitely distresses me. I kind of hate that it distresses me. If you want to know the truth, I kind of hate it. I forgot how much how I'm so scrawny now. I kind of am scrawny now. Fuck. I actually had pectorals back then, and I do now, but like they were like tits. Who doesn't love tits? Blathering on about myself. It's been a long time since I saw those pictures. Haunted me a little bit, I guess you could say. Yeah, I was like 25. I was still in really good shape. Uh, Young as all get out too, man. Holy shit. So baby, just the baby face, big time baby. I'll throw it. Yeah, baby face, big. You know, that really bothered me too. Cause my shit grew in all white trashy, kind of like Joe Dirt. And my older brother, he had a full beard, like 21 or something. I didn't even I don't even have sideburns. I'm almost 40. I still can't grow sideburns. Straight up. Still can't grow a beard neither. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Look at me, man. Look how young I was. Good Lord. Yeah, I mean, just super young. Super young. Yeah, like I look like that for a lot. Like I just honestly, I just started uh getting like crow's feet or whatever, the stupid lines on your face. I just started getting those. People pretty much my whole life, people would think I was about 5, 6 years younger than I ever have than I always was. It was I aged well. What can I say? I can see the freckles on my face still. Forgot it. Like they don't. I don't notice them anymore. I think that's the first time I've shown you guys a picture of me or any sort of a picture that that isn't just me right here. Yeah, yeah. I only wore a mask at work too. Uh, Boy, and when doing that tree work, man, I always had that hardcore farmer's tan. Hardcore farmers, and I tan really well too. But I always wore long pants, and I wear Under Armour, long sleeve Under Armour. So I'd have the farmer's tan right up to my wrists. My hands would be fried. My lower face would be dark. My neck, that'd be it. That was the only thing that ever got any sun. Who knows what the hell it was, man? Yeah, I never did. I never did get it. Thank goodness. Yeah, honestly, in retrospect, you're right. I am like shit. I did get away with not having to shave because I don't like shave. I fucking shave every damn day now. It finally started. It didn't. I wouldn't have to shave for like a week up until at least after 30. Never had to shave more than once a week. I never, I was on that. I was telling you guys I was on that hurricane thing too when COVID was going on. Major hassle. Fuck. But yeah, I was in such good shape that and I've never really worked out my whole life. I worked out a little bit in high school with my dad, but I never worked out. But like that was, and I was the biggest I ever got there. And it was all from working out or working, all from it's the only muscle I ever had was from work. What? I was always proud of that. Like bro, like people guys come out of the gym and oh yeah, look how big and tough I am. I'm like yeah, well yeah, your muscles are for looks. Mine muscles are for making money, bitch. Like I didn't. My muscles came naturally. Like I'm not spending time building. I'm getting paid to build muscle. I always, I remember one time I was talking about getting a gym membership. My dad goes, "Why don't you just go work for a living? How about that? Like go work and build some muscle the real way instead of paying some gym. Why don't you just go do real work?" Although my dad doesn't do any, he sits at a desk all day. So what was you guys the way you all were talking about this show last night? What, it was a bad show? What's the deal here? Hmm? I didn't watch it. Was it all okay or what? You guys are really carrying on about COVID. What's the big idea? And also I was gonna mention yeah, I don't know if you guys know that that app called Obsidian, but I seen you can create you know how it has that visual map, the graphic where you can it visualizes all of your notes, makes them into a kind of like a galaxy constellation. Seen you can combine that app with Claude and other AI and stuff so that it will organize everything, but also you can query it. You can query AI and it will dive into your notes and get stuff for you. Well, anyway, I have Obsidian and it's kind of, I've had a hard time implementing it because, there's Apple Notes, but I like Obsidian, but it's like, it wasn't what I needed. Well, when I saw this post on X about it, it was talking about how to make a second brain, which I don't know how true that is or anything, but what it was talking about was basically how to make it the exact notes app that I need, that I actually need. Like in that Obsidian, you can get a web extension for Safari, for YouTube and stuff, so that if I catch a clip, I can just clip that little piece, send it to Obsidian like that with a hotkey. So I'm going to start doing a lot better videos. I can guarantee you that much. Videos are going to start turning up because that's the problem. That's my problem that I've had for a while now is that I have not had a good um I have not had a good way to file this shit. I have not had a good way to keep this stuff organized. And this Obsidian, it's perfect. Not only that, you can use the web clipper to get the transcripts from a video. Like it will scan the video for you and everything. It's so badass, man. Like honestly, I was considering, pushing it off till tomorrow again before I did another show because I was really, really digging it, man. I mean, I'm really excited about it. Not about the AI stuff necessarily, but the fact that it has all these plugins for the app, and they're like all these different plugins, and it's like it's the perfect creator note taking app. It's perfect because you can do quick clipping, where you just kind of clip a web page. You can send a web page to the app, and the AI files it away, organize and file. Just really excited about that because that's kind of the thing I've been struggling with the most is having a convenient way to organize and store topics and clips. And basically, that Obsidian, they figured it out for me because I have ideas all day, every day. I constantly have ideas, constantly see uh clips and stuff that I want, but like I save a lot of it, but it's like I don't know, man. It's just really difficult for me to itemize. I don't know what the deal is, but I have not been able to do it efficiently yet. Well, finally found. I believe I found the key, and yeah, I was gonna show you the post on X. Um, that shows you how to do it, put it all together because it is. I haven't finished putting mine together yet or getting everything together, but I downloaded all the plugins and stuff and kind of almost got it all the way squared away. I'm kind of excited just to start like gathering stuff, like very excited. Finally have because not only can I do the clips and stuff, but anytime I see a snippet or an excerpt or an idea that I don't have time, like, because a lot of times I'll be looking for something specific, but then I'll see a bunch of other interesting things that I don't have time for, you know? And I usually I open them in a separate window and I try to kind of check them out later, but I never have the time. This way I can just put stuff away for later. That way and then I'll know where to I'll be able to just pull it right up when I have time. I mean, honestly, I've been looking for something like this for like years. I've been looking for this. I don't know why I hadn't, I don't really get out a whole lot, so I don't really talk to people about stuff like that. Huh, so weird. It switched where my what window, which window it had me in. There we go. There we go. Anyhow, I bookmarked it. Yeah, it's called How to Build Your Second Brain with Claude and Obsidian. And this is ooh, I don't want to play that. It's a really dope, man. Like I really like this. I love this app, but I just didn't know how to use it very well. Like I just it's sort of kind of I didn't have anybody to point me in the right direction, so it's like I just was overwhelmed, so I stopped messing with it. But I'm very excited about it. I mean, I love the app. I love how you can, because those are all notes. They call them links. You put a link, like if you use keywords to link different notes. Like, if you have an idea and then you come up with other ideas that are related to that idea, you link them. And that's what all the little connections between the dots are. They're connections between notes. I love it. I think it's really, really cool. I mean, honestly, it suits my autistic and uh I don't know, it just suits me. It really does. It just suits me. I really like it. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man? Yeah, anyway, yeah, you guys want to watch the cuz Nick he put out a an hour and 10 minute hour and 10-minute edit from last night. I didn't see it. I kind of wanted to watch a little bit of it. Sounds of it, you guys it sounds like it's not all that good. Wasn't all that good. I don't know. I didn't see it. See. Dude, why is it doing that? Like I don't get it. It's doing me like that. Or it switches the window that I'm in. You know? There we
And to our featured story all about the
go.
war
I use the
in
bathroom. I'll be right
Iran.
back.
We're going to do another show about it. We're going to give you the update on the status of the Memorandum of Understanding. As you know, U.S. and Iran have finally come to an agreement. It was mediated by Pakistan and Qatar. Comprehensive 14-point plan. We finally got to read it on Wednesday. As you know, the MOU concerns a few major issues, and I laid them out very systematically last week. I like to think of the MOU as formalizing the ceasefire, which already existed. And what I mean by that is, point number one is it ends the war. We had fighting between the U.S., the Gulf countries, and Israel and Iran over the Persian Gulf. So the first thing the MOU does is it ends the war. Second thing it does is it opens up the Strait of Hormuz on both sides. You had a U.S. economic blockade of the strait. Iran closed the strait to commercial shipping. So the second major point is it deals with opening the strait back up and normalizing traffic. And then the third, and maybe arguably the biggest point, is it sets the stage for a 60-day period of.
Before we start that, I forgot to, I wanted to ask you guys something. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I, I, I'm very good at doing research and gathering knowledge and figuring out things on my own, except for social stuff, especially social media stuff. Like, it's just not my forte. Now, I'm an outgoing guy and stuff. Like, I just like, a lot of alone time. But does anybody like? I've been using Discord. I've had Discord on my computer for a while now, for over a year, and Telegram for at least 6 months now. Does anybody else get random messages on the regular from people that you don't know, from random people? Like in Telegram, you know, I've been getting those like more or less. They're a lot of time they just seem like hookers or fake people, bots or whatever. But Discord, I almost never turn the app on. I hate that stupid that stupid sound that it makes when somebody not stand it. But every time I turn it back on, there's a bunch of new friend requests from women. And like, are these people legit? Because I mean, like, I don't like when I get stuff out of the blue. I'm like who are you? Like, I'm a dick, sort of. Or I I have a little patience. I give them a little patience. Uh, but like the last couple times this has happened, they've been women, and they're not in Florida, but they want to talk to me, whatever reason. And I'm like, so I'm weary. I just assume they're a scammer. But like the last couple times, I don't think they were scammers. I think they were just people. And I don't know. I kind of feel like a dick, man, because they were like girls that just wanted to talk to me, and I just was like, "Who the fuck are you? Leave me be." Not quite that fast, but like, they text me and they're like, "Hi." I'm like, "Can I help you? What do you want? Do I know you?" Like, because I come from an era where, you know, if somebody texts you, you don't know them, then they're a crook, they're a scammer. But I've been getting this feeling that that's not what these are. But it's like, I don't know what it is, man, but I just do not like being having somebody tapping on my shoulder on the internet. I just don't like it, man. Like, it pisses me off. It pisses me off. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm patient for like one or two messages, and then I like just tear them, and I just tear into them. I don't know what it is, man. Like, am I just like running away, just regular people? Like, is that normal? What the fuck is with that? Why do people just text you out of the blue and they're just like, and like this chick that did it today, she's like, just super presumptuous. Like, oh, do you have Telegram? We could talk over there. I'm like, she's like, yeah, you can use it as talk, this, that, and the other. I'm like, where did you get the idea that I wanted to chat with anybody? You just fucking text me out of the blue. And you're telling me that I should download Telegram because it could. How the fuck what makes you think that I want to chat with you or anybody? Like, what makes you think that I need to know that? Like, it's out of the blue. It just, I don't know what it is, man. Maybe I'm just an asshole. I mean, I am an asshole, at least in those situations, but it's like, what is going on here? I just don't understand it. I do not understand the modern social media honestly, I don't really, not into it, but should I be? That's kind of the way I'm thinking. I'm thinking like maybe I should, lighten up and Oh, I need to up the volume for the video or for my mic? Bro, don't even get me started on that. Women, they tend to just be intimidated by me. Gay men? No, 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 no such luck. Nothing doing. It's not cool, man. It ain't cool. I don't like it at all, bro. It's not fun. Kind of creepy, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't have anything against gay guys. It's just like, bro, I don't want to be hit on. That's all. I don't want to be hit on, like, at all. Not even really by women, you know. It's off-putting. Like, that's what I told the chick today. She's like, "Is there, did I do something wrong?" I'm like, "Yeah. You fucking approach me. You come out of the blue texting me. What makes you think that I want to be fucked with? You know? What the hell makes you?" Almost the first thing they ask too is, "Where do you live and what's your name?" Bitch, who the fuck are you? Why are you asking? Like, I don't know you. I don't know you. Why the hell? Who do you think you are? I don't know. It blows my mind, dude. And what I'm fixing to do with that Discord is I'm fixing to get out of all those stupid ass like servers, bro. You get into the server for streamers and stuff like OBS and Streamlabs, bro. And it's like every time I turn that app on, there's another 5 friend requests or another 5 messages from people, and I'm like, dude. And it always says one mutual server in common. Well, yeah, I'm about finished with it. I don't like that shit. Honestly, I have a little bit of trouble with Discord. I don't really I find it tough to use, or not tough to use, but it's neat and all. I see you on there all the time, Goldie, but I don't know. I just haven't really taken a liking to it. It seems cool and seems convenient and neat, and it has all the features and stuff, but it's funny. Not only do I not like crowds, but when I'm at home, I just want to be alone. I don't want to even talk to people really. Like, not gonna lie. I mean, there's a I think I only have about enough socializing in me for a stream a day. And that shit kind of bothers me too, because I know it's antisocial, and it's not good. It's not good that I'm like this. This isn't I shouldn't enjoy being alone so much. I shouldn't be bothered by other people so much. Like, it really bothers me. I really just don't like being bothered. Like, and I've kind of been worrying about this for years now, because I've just gotten. I'm just turning into a grumpy old man. I'm just some grumpy old asshole, and it's like, like childless, no woman. Like, bro, those are bad. Those are like those people. They die alone and miserable. You know. I don't really like the small talk. Like, that's more. It's more about like just acquaintances. It would be different if I had a family. It would be different if I had a woman, but it's like all my close friends died years ago, so I have a hard time keeping friends, honestly. I don't really want them. Feel bad about it though, cuz I've made friends and then they never hear from me again. Odd bird. Yeah, I know it's not over yet. But I'm getting there, bro. I mean, I'm not trying to have kids at 45. What, so I die before they fucking graduate? I mean, that would suck. I guess I would if I had to, but oh, I see. Yeah, my bad, GQ. I asked if it was my thing, or if it was Nick Fuentes' thing. There we go. Is that better? Should be better. Yeah, no, I agree, David. I mean, it is actually, and that's why I asked you guys this stuff because, you guys are more or less my friends. Actually, I don't really hang out with a lot of people. Yeah, you're right. I get my socialize on here. Yeah, but I am trying to like my little brother. He does a lot of stuff. He goes to church several times a week. He plays in the band at church, and he went to the beach this last weekend. He went to Ormond Beach, just north of Daytona. He's always doing something. But yeah, I don't have insurance for my truck right now either. I haven't had it since the beginning of the year, but I yeah, I don't have wheels because I can't fucking afford $200 or hundred and whatever dollars a month for insurance. I can't afford it, especially since I don't go anywhere and I can use my brother's truck whenever I need to. So whenever he's home. Yeah, I need to do something about it though. Like I like being around people, but it's like I don't know. I don't really have any close friends anymore, and I don't know. It seems like every time I make a friend too, at some point I just get tired of them, or I get tired of having to uh respond. Get tired of I don't know having to respond, and then if I make a lot of times when I make plans, I don't want to like I want to do them when I make them, and then when it comes time, I either have to force myself or I just don't go. It's not a laziness either, because I'm doing something at home, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but I'll probably talk to my doctor about that. Think about it. Yeah, I used to live in a campground. My camper, or it's a trailer park, but it was for like campers. And the guy who owned it, two brothers who owned it before they sold it to a Habib, some Indian guy who basically turned it into a tourist trap and jacked the rates up several $100s. While and then I left, but I did the tree work though, made some good money on that. But the guys who owned it, one of the brothers was really, he had a Honda Nighthawk from the '80s, just like my dad or my brother has one that my dad bought and gave it to him. But it's an 85, I think it was, shaft drive Nighthawk, maybe 86. The guy, you could tell he was very gregarious and outgoing. And then the other brother was a fucking drunk, and it had a little live-in kind of the office was kind of a cottage too, and it was old. It was from like probably the 50s or 60s. Had old those Florida windows that are like louvers, but they're windows. It had those. It was old, man. It was an old building. This guy, he was like he wasn't a hermit, but man, that's what I'm worried that I'll turn into. The guy just sat in that room all day long drinking vodka and stuff. Every time I seen, he was a decent guy. The first time I saw him, he didn't know who I was, and he reamed me out, and then like, oh, the next day, I think he was like hungover or drunk or something. The next day, he apologized, and we got along real well. But smell the alcohol through his pores, man. He was older. He was up there. And then right when he sold it, he broke his hip that last day when he was moving out. He broke his hip. I just remembered that, man. Broke his hip in the freaking building, dude. And I was the closest camper to his building. Had like a little laundry, an outdoor little couple laundry machine and dry, or a couple of them. And I was like 10 feet from his door, man. And yeah, yeah, the guy broke his hip, man, on the last day he was there. I felt so bad for the guy. so bad. Yeah, and they finally sold it there. Yeah, it was. I had to get out of there. It sucked though, man. I would have stayed there for a damn sight longer, man. It was nice. It was way on the edge of town near Christmas, Florida, which some of you guys might know Christmas is Fort Christmas. But yeah, he sold it to this fucking chubby Indian guy, and he within a month or two, he raised all the rent. He spared me because I did tree work for him. So and also I was on storm for like over a month, so I wasn't even in my camper for like the last month, 2 months. But yeah, he saw a lot of potential in it. The old guy who ran it before, he just wanted enough money to buy his alcohol and to live there and not have to worry about things. This other guy, he was like, "Oh man, this property isn't being efficiently used. I could squeeze another 20 slabs on there, blah blah blah." It's just like, "Oh, dude, I'm out of here, man. Fuck you." He was a nice guy somewhat, but I just no, thank you, man. I'm not trying to deal with this. It was such a good spot, too. The part of town it was in, such a good place, man. I loved it. And it was I had to move out of town to stay in my camper. I had to move to a campground a couple hours out of town and commute. And I found that place, and it was like 10 minutes from my parents' house. It was great, man. But oh well, on now. He didn't charge me actually he didn't charge me extra. I got out before he raised the rent on me, but he raised it on every because I had also had the smallest lot. It was only big enough for like tiny I had like a 20-foot camper. So it was like just big. It was big enough for that. Nobody else had a camper that size. And yeah, I just got, he was like, yeah, I'll cut you a break. I'm gonna have to raise the rent at some point, but don't worry about it for now. So that's when I was like, well, I'm out of here then. Because I was like, well, if you're gonna do all that, man, because there was only about 20 campers in there, and there was probably maybe 10 vacant slabs at that time, and it was like it was quiet. Everybody that was there had been there for years. The trees were it was all shade. It was right up against the Econ River, a little Econ Lockhatchee River. Um, had a little. I mean, it was cool, man. It was really cool. But yeah, and you know what else? They had the monsteras. And all the trees, the trunks were slap covered with monsteras up to all the way up the trunks. Every one of them, dude. Every one of them. And I took a bunch of them, man, and planted them and shit. And I remember somebody was telling me where they lived that you could sell those monsteras each cutting. She was like, yeah, you could sell those for like a hell of a lot of money per cutting. I was like, well, that's awesome. Bet I don't live there. Yeah, it was a really cool place, man. But it ain't the same now. That's for sure. I hate that about my everything. That place didn't change for probably 50 years, man. Then I move in, and 6 months later, it changes. What the hell is with that, man? I mean, seriously, what is with that? This is me. Anywho,
Negotiations on the root causes, structural issues that caused the conflict. And that is primarily Iran's nuclear program, specifically its enrichment capability and its already existing stockpile of enriched uranium, and the corresponding US-led sanctions regime, which has been imposed on Iran because of its nuclear program. So as you know, this is the MOU as it stands. Now, fundamentally, nothing has really changed. It's interesting. This is actually the same ceasefire as the ceasefire that we got in April. And these are the same basic points of agreement that have already existed between the US and Iran, which is to say none really at all. What gets complicated about this agreement, as always, are the details. And we talked about this throughout the entirety of the war up until this point. What are the
Oh, you
sticking points
downloaded it.
in each of
Hell
these
yeah.
major
I told you,
issues?
bro. I told you.
In the first place, regarding the ceasefire, the actual cessation of fighting, Iran and Pakistan have always insisted that the ceasefire extends to Israel's war in Lebanon. That's always been controversial, always been contentious. There was never and still isn't agreement on this. The United States has always tried to circumvent that and pretend that's not part of the agreement because we know we cannot compel Israel to agree to that. Israel will never stop attacking Lebanon, and this is what Iran is demanding as a precondition for everything else. That's number one. Number two, regarding the Strait of
That's
Hormuz.
cool, Infinite.
We have actually unilaterally ended our blockade over the strait last week. That's over. U.S. Central Command, which oversees the Middle East, that's the part of the Defense Department that operates the Middle East theater, we have actually announced that that's over. We are no longer blockading Iran's ports. We're no longer stopping their export-based economy, their maritime shipping. That's
Gray.
done.
It is gray, but oh,
Here's the
yeah.
controversial part there.
Wow.
Iran has agreed to open up the strait in principle, but they want to control.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Red. Good luck, dude. Yeah, man. I mean, if you want, I mean, you know, whenever I stumble across anything I think is neat like that, I'll make sure that I throw it up and, you know, guys in that direction. I kind of thought, I know there's quite a few people that know about it, but, you know, like I was so pleased with it. I thought, shoot, why not? It's put me in a good mood. So,
It. They want to formally control it, govern it, and that gives them the right in the future to charge money on the strait, charge a toll or a fee. They want to profit from it in the same way that other countries control vital waterways like Egypt controls the Suez. Iran wants to control the strait, and they want to make money from it. Once again, this is something there's never been and still isn't agreement on. The U.S. insists the strait has to be open in the way that it used to be, meaning freedom of navigation. Nobody has to coordinate with Iran. They don't have to pay Iran. They can just use it as
bro, that was great, bro. Honestly, I really use the money too.
international waters. Iran has
That's clutch,
insisted
man.
they're not going to open the strait unless it is under their control. It's another
Bro, did you
precondition.
guys see though about
And
the
then-
strait business that Trump said that they're leaving the naval ships there in case that Iran reneges, and then they're so that if they renege, the ships will resume the blockade instantly. They don't want Iran pulling some funny business like making a deal and then sneaking ships through. But yeah, I just heard, I was listening today.
Lastly, regarding the nuclear issue, there has been some agreement that eventually we're going to negotiate on nuclear, but still there's no agreement on what that would ever look like. Iran is never
Seriously,
giving
Bully.
up their nuclear program, and the U.S. doesn't seem to want to allow them to have one. So, in a word, I never had confidence in this agreement because all of these impasses still remain on every major issue. So we learned about some of the details of this agreement the previous weekend. We saw the text of it on Wednesday. And what is interesting is that all the headlines and all the major pundits hailed the MOU as this huge breakthrough. They said, here it is.
Damn.
It's the agreement. It's finished. We have peace. The war is over. And basically, this whole thing is over. It's a done deal. It's resolved. But I said on this show last week, basically every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
That sucks.
I said there's some serious outstanding issues here, which is one, maybe first and foremost, concerning point number one of the agreement. Will Israel stop their war in Lebanon? And this is actually the central issue, which is now unraveling the entire agreement. Because every single day last week,
least it's news.
Israel has been bombing Lebanon, pounding Lebanon with bombs, announcing their plans and intentions to further invade Lebanon. And if that's point number one of the agreement, then you don't have an agreement. If point number one of the MOU says we are going to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon, and if simultaneously Israel is bombing and occupying Lebanon, then you don't have a deal. The U.S. is formally and officially and undeniably in violation of provision number one. And if that's the case, then Iran is not going to implement the rest. And they said exactly that on Friday. Friday, there was supposed to be a high-profile meeting, the first direct negotiations between a U.S. and Iranian delegation in Switzerland. That was supposed to be the first meeting in the 60-day negotiation period about the nuclear program. And Iran canceled that meeting last minute because they declared we were in violation of the deal because of what Israel is doing. Now, over the weekend, it appears that Trump interceded and brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Sometime this weekend, it looks like around Friday afternoon, a ceasefire appeared to take hold and Israel stopped bombing Lebanon. So the talks were salvaged. The Iranian delegation came to Switzerland, so did the United States, and both sides threatened to pull out. The United States threatened to kill the Iranian negotiators. He said, if you don't take us seriously, you're not going to make it back home, which is kind of like the coldest thing to ever say on the world stage. Trump told the Iranian delegation, if you don't respect us, you won't make it back home. He said, even better, he said, if you don't fucking respect us, you won't even make it back home, which is objectively awesome. Even though he's like Taco, even though he chickens out on everything, and we're going to get into it, we are just giving away everything on this deal. He still knows how to aura farm. He's still number one at aura farming. You can never take that away from him. But so, point being is, on the United States side, we literally threatened to kill them and start bombing Iran all over again. On the Iranian side, they threatened to immediately leave. When they heard that threat and they heard that the United States was threatening to resume hostilities against Iran, they said, we're going to shut this whole thing down and leave. Now, on Saturday, in spite of the fact that there was a ceasefire in Lebanon, technically, in spite of the fact that there were productive negotiations in Switzerland with all these threats to withdraw or resume the war going on, in spite of all of this, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said on Saturday that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now, you're not going to know that because the U.S. government is lying about this. Not only is the U.S. government lying about it, but it seems that the U.S. media is lying about it as well. I've seen in the Wall Street Journal, in the New York Times, the Washington Post, our Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, the White House, they are all saying that the Strait of Hormuz is slowly opening. They say that despite what Iran is saying, the Strait of Hormuz is opening, but that is not true. Before the war, you had about 170 ships going through the Strait of Hormuz every day. This weekend, you had about 30 ships at most on any given day going through the strait. So although the Strait of Hormuz is more open than it was at any point during the war, there is still only a fraction of the shipping going through the strait. Now, they say, the U.S. government and the U.S. media say the reason for the low volume of shipping is because this is a process. They say that the IRGC is coordinating with all of these shipping companies. They say that the IRGC has to demine the strait. They have to actually remove the mines and figure out a pathway for the ships to take. And they're giving all these other reasons. But that being said, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard maintains the strait is closed, and it appears to be closed. Now, the U.S. government and the media can cope, and they could say, well, that's because of all these logistical concerns, and they're implementing it, and the insurance companies are still wary about sending the traffic through. But the fact of the matter is, the Iranians are saying it is closed, and it is closed. So we're going to read through some of these news stories, and I'm going to give you my interpretation of what is happening. This is just sort of a brief summary of the facts here. So this is on the situation in the strait. This is from the Times of Israel. This is from the Israeli press. It says, quote, Energy Secretary Chris Wright claims that oil and natural gas are flowing through the Strait of Hormuz at pre-crisis levels. He said, quote, we could get to above that. We will get above that. President Trump also suggests that 2 days ago there had been a record in terms of oil being taken out of the strait, but neither of those statements are true. According to the data and analytics firm Kepler, there were 71 confirmed transits over the weekend with a peak of 35 crossings on Saturday. About 100 to 130 vessels passed through the strait each day before the war. So you're having about 35 at most per day this weekend when the strait is supposed to be open, according to the White House, according to the administration. Prior to the war, it's well over 100. And it's worth pointing out that at this time, during the previous ceasefire in April, we also got up to, I think, at most about 30 ships per day. So the original ceasefire came down on April 8th, a Tuesday, and by that weekend, Iran still had the strait partially open. And they were talking about charging a fee of $1 per barrel of oil, or about $2 million per ship, in order to let some of the shipping go through. And that weekend, after the initial ceasefire, we got up to about 29 or 30 ships per day. This is about the same thing. So that means that this is not getting back to the pre-war average number of ships. This is actually as many ships as you've had during the war, right around about the time of the first ceasefire. So the actual status of the strait is contested. What's more, the Iranians maintain that...
You guys like it more when I put the camera like this, or when I put more of myself in the camera, or does it not matter? Sometimes I like you guys can see that. I want you guys to see the hand signals, or the hand gestures, because a lot of times I use them to get points across. I don't ever do it, and I try to do it, and I just forget. I was wondering if you guys noticed.
They are going to now manage the strait. And as soon as the Iranian delegation left Switzerland this weekend, they went right to Oman, where, pursuant to the MOU, Iran and Oman will now work out the terms of how they will jointly govern the strait. And Iran's parliamentary speaker said this weekend that we are going to take up the business of managing the strait. And what that means, not during this 60-day negotiating period, but the first day outside of it, they're going to be charging fees. And they've talked a little bit about how they're going to structure that. They say it'll be environmental, service, insurance fees, but Iran and Oman are formally and officially going to manage and control the strait, and they're going to be charging money to use it. So the strait seems to be closed. Iran is taking control over it. It's acknowledged by the MOU, and Iran says we are not opening the strait as long as Israel is occupying Lebanon.
Busted my balls.
Let's also talk a little bit about the specifics in Lebanon, because this is a very complicated question. So last week we discussed how this is going to be the major sticking point. These other things can be spun in the media. If Iran is charging a toll on the strait, the White House will just simply lie about it. The White House, I thought the stream went down. I saw people going a little nuts in the live chat. The White House can simply lie about Iran controlling the strait or charging a fee. And even if they don't lie, they could always finesse the truth. They could say that it's not technically a toll. They could say they're charging a fee and performing a service. And the White House can really say whatever it needs to satisfy these conditions so that the U.S. can leave the conflict. We talked about even some of the other issues like the nuclear negotiations. We could extend that in perpetuity. We could extend that indefinitely. And given the fact that we set back Iran's nuclear program, that won't be an urgent problem until months, maybe years in the future. But the biggest issue is the situation in Lebanon. And we talked about the way in which it's going to be an issue. The language of the MOU, which we now have, says specifically that there must be a ceasefire on all fronts, which means over the Persian Gulf, but also in Lebanon. And specifically concerning Lebanon, the MOU says we have to respect their territorial integrity and sovereignty. Now, what is happening in Lebanon is that Israel is not only bombing Lebanon every single day, in spite of the fact that they already have a ceasefire with Hezbollah and have for a year and a half, but they're also invading on the ground. Like we talked about last week, Israel's ultimate ambition is to annex southern Lebanon. They want to unofficially annex a 10-kilometer security zone inside all along Lebanon's southern border to make it a buffer zone between Lebanon and Israel. And that effectively makes it Israeli territory. When they say that's going to be a buffer zone, when they say security perimeter, that means the Israeli military is taking control.
Yeah, we know, Nick. Fairly obvious that they're stealing land. I mean, come on now.
Control over all that territory. And we've seen this story before. They did it to Gaza. That is what they've done to the West Bank. They've done it to the Golan Heights. They've done it to the Purple Zone. And this is always what precipitates a civilian occupation. Israel is using Hezbollah's attacks as a pretext to invade the country and establish this security presence and perimeter. And then once that happens, they will just hold on to the territory forever. And slowly but surely, Israeli settlers are going to creep north. First, they're going to resettle along the Israeli border towns and villages. And then, almost certainly, they're going to cross over the border and begin settling inside that security perimeter. And this is a way for Israel to annex the territory. So point being is, if Israel is carrying out a massive aerial bombing campaign, as well as an occupation on the ground with the intention of annexing territory, obviously this is in direct contravention of the MOU. That's not respecting Lebanon's sovereignty because their government in Beirut does not approve of this. And of course, it's not respecting their territorial integrity. If you are occupying a country's territory, their territory has no integrity and they have no sovereignty. So what we talked about last week is what does a ceasefire look like for Iran inside of Lebanon?
Right.
Does Iran expect that Israel will only stop bombing Lebanon, or do they have to stop their campaign on the ground, or do they have to withdraw? And what is obvious is that Israel is realistically not stopping any of these activities. Israel is not willing to completely stop bombing Lebanon. Israel is not willing to leave their current positions that they occupy inside of southern Lebanon. The only thing that they might agree to is not to expand their presence on the ground. And so that is really the big question hanging over this MOU. At first, we didn't know whether Lebanon was part of the agreement. Clearly it is. The language is very restrictive for Israel. Now that we know the language, it just becomes a question of what Iran is willing to accept
that's fine, bro.
to keep the deal in place. Do they expect that Israel does not drop a single bomb on Hezbollah?
Red anyway.
Do they expect that Israel abandons all of its territory inside Lebanon, or merely that they de-escalate the bombing and they go no further on the ground? Well, Iran made it very clear this weekend they expect Israel to leave Lebanon. Moreover, they expect Israel to stop bombing Hezbollah in Lebanon. Simultaneously, Israel came out today. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, their Defense Minister Israel Katz, and other members of their cabinet have said, we are not going to stop bombing Lebanon and we are not withdrawing. We're not giving up any territory. This is also from the Times of Israel. It says, quote, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Israel Katz, IDF Chief of Staff General Eyal Zamir, and Northern Command Chief Major General Rafi Milo just held a call. They said in a joint statement, quote, the IDF will continue to act decisively to thwart threats to our soldiers and civilians, destroy terror infrastructure, and continue maintaining the security zone in southern Lebanon. They said the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, and the Chief of Staff clarified that the security of Israel's civilians and IDF troops will continue to remain before their eyes without compromise. So the entire cabinet is saying no compromises. And they said some other things we'll get into. It says this week's talks between Israel and Lebanon will be held from Tuesday to Thursday at the State Department and the Pentagon in Washington. Now, specifically what they said, we're going to break down the statement. It says the IDF will continue to act decisively to thwart threats to our soldiers and civilians, destroy terror infrastructure, and maintain the security zone. When they say destroy terror infrastructure, what they're referring to specifically are tunnels that Hezbollah has dug in southern Lebanon and their different rocket launch platforms, their different military outposts that they're using to launch artillery and rocket attacks on northern Israel. So when Israel says we're going to continue to disassemble or destroy their terror infrastructure, what they mean is we're going to keep marching on the ground. That means they're going to continue to expand their presence on the ground. That's how they would do it. And moreover, when they say they're going to maintain the security zone in southern Lebanon, that means they're not leaving. That means they have made their incursion on the ground north of the border. They've established a security perimeter, and this is to ostensibly prevent a October 7th-like invasion by Hezbollah, to push Hezbollah back with their shorter range rockets and artillery. And they're saying they're not leaving. And then they said, we're not going to compromise on this. So Iran is telling us, and according to the MOU, it says we must respect the integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon's territory. Israel is saying we're not leaving. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep destroying the terror infrastructure. We're going to maintain the security zone. And they say we're going to decisively respond to threats against our soldiers and civilians. That means they're going to be launching drone attacks and airstrikes against southern Lebanon and probably also within Beirut. They're talking about freedom of action inside Lebanon without restrictions. And this is exactly what Iran says is a precondition to open the strait. So where does that leave us today? Well, let's look at the totality of the situation since the MOU was agreed upon. The U.S. has ended its blockade of Iran, okay? There's no more blockade. That means maritime commercial shipping is flowing through the strait to and from Iran. Meanwhile, Iran has not fully opened the strait. Now, the U.S. is saying it's open, but the shipping has not returned to the pre-war levels. The U.S. is making up excuses and saying this is due to logistics, but Iran says the strait is closed unless Israel pulls out of Lebanon. Israel says they're not leaving, and they have been insistent upon this for weeks. They said it 3 weeks ago before we even had the MOU. They said it 2 weeks ago when it was almost a done deal. They said it a week ago when it was apparently electronically signed. They said it all last week, and then they said it again today. Israel has not moved an inch on any of this. They say, we are not leaving Lebanon. We're not going to stop bombing Lebanon. There's no negotiating. There's no room for compromise. And Iran says, we're not opening up the strait as long as this is going on, because as long as this is going on, the U.S. is in violation of the MOU. And if the U.S. is in violation, then they say we see no reason to uphold our end of the bargain and even advance to the second phase of the MOU, which is the nuclear negotiations themselves. But then there was another big development today, which is that the U.S. made it official. Today, the Treasury Department formally issued waivers for U.S. sanctions against Iranian oil. This was also part of the MOU. There were a lot of give-me's in the MOU for Iran, and it was talked about a lot last week. There's a $300 billion reconstruction fund allocated among private sector investors from East Asia and the Middle East, but they don't get that until the completion of the deal. There was talk about $100 to $200 billion in frozen Iranian assets that, again, upon completion of the deal would be unfrozen and returned to Iran. But the biggest concession is the one that they get up front at the very beginning before they do anything, and that is their ability to sell their oil.
Yes.
Ever since the U.S. withdrew from the JCPOA, we have imposed severe sanctions on Iran's oil. Iran has still technically been able to sell oil, but they have to do it clandestinely on the black market. They built up a shadow fleet of tankers, and they only sell them to a couple of countries like China and India, countries that are willing to take on the risk of doing business with Iran, and they risk incurring the wrath of the United States. And because Iran can only sell to a couple of countries, they can't even sell their oil at market price, and they can't sell all of it. So they don't make as much money from their oil because there isn't competition to buy it, and there's this premium because they have to go on the black market effectively to sell it
Just putting in a
because they have to
command
get
for
around the
Discord.
sanctions.
I can
So
put
the
it in the chat.
biggest concession they're getting up front is that the United States, as part of the MOU, said that we would no longer sanction their oil. The Treasury Department would give them these waivers, and so then immediately they're able to sell their oil. Now, why did we give that to them up front? Well, one, and this may be obvious, maybe it's less obvious, the reason we gave this to Iran up front was effectively as a bribe to keep them in the negotiations. Diplomacy was about to fall apart around this time last week because although the U.S. and Iran were on the precipice of signing the deal, Israel bombed Beirut, and Iran vowed to retaliate against Israel with a missile strike.
Right.
And it was rumored and reported that the
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Israel, right? Am I wrong there? Or is that just like the perfect saying for those scumbags?
administration bribed Iran.
I see you got a haircut over the weekend, eh? Or last night. Didn't he have what the picture? I don't know. Never mind.
Iran not to retaliate and stay inside the diplomatic process and make the deal by offering them these waivers on the sanctions immediately. So we gave them this as a huge concession, basically just to bribe them to make a deal at all. The other reason we did this up front is because this is going to relieve pressure on oil prices. If we could get Iran's oil out to the market, then the overall supply of energy increases, and that eases the upward pressure on prices because of the closure of the strait and all the time it's going to take to adjust to get all this oil out of the strait and to its customers. So we did it to bribe Iran. We all
Yeah, okay, yeah, he is going. I just wanted to make sure he didn't send anything out. I just
did it to bribe Iran. We also did it because we need it. We needed to keep prices stable because now our strategic petroleum reserve is running out. So anyway, so this is a big thing that Iran is getting up front. It's a sweetener. Also, we need it realistically more than they do. But then today it was announced not only does Iran get to sell their oil without sanctions, but it was also announced they get to sell their oil in dollars. So we're now allowing Iran.
Now that's crazy. They're allowed to sell their oil in dollars. Maybe they're going to keep the petrodollar alive for a little while longer. Because really, the death of the petrodollar was whether or not Iran was going to use yuan. They're not going to use yuan. Then, we might be okay for a few more years or for a little bit longer. I mean, that would be cool.
To sell their oil to customers all around the world at market price immediately, and they get to sell it in US dollars, which means the money is going to settle in their account immediately. They're going to start making revenue and profit from the oil immediately because dollars are easy to transact, and they're going to get foreign currency. They badly need US dollars. They've been cut off from the global financial system. So this is not only a boon to them in the sense that they get the revenue, but they also get the currency to ease some of their currency and monetary problems as well. Now, the United States is saying the only reason they're getting a deal this good is because Iran has agreed to allow IAEA inspectors into their country to look at their damaged and destroyed nuclear sites from Midnight Hammer. Because you could look at this deal and already see this is very lopsided. Iran is getting this $300 billion reconstruction fund. They're getting the $200 billion in unfrozen assets. Not only do they get to sell their oil without sanctions, but also they get to do it in dollars, So they build up their foreign currency reserves, and the money settles immediately so they could use it to fund their activities. Not to mention, the U.S. already unilaterally ended our blockade, and we're not bombing them. So Iran is getting all of this stuff, or I should say a lot of it up front, and there's a lot of promises to do stuff later. And like we talked about last week, what exactly do we get out of it? And it was said that, well, what we get out of it is that Iran has committed to, in the future, negotiate on their nuclear program. But that's nothing. You know, that's in the future. What they get right now is to sell their oil. What they get right now is money. What they get right now is the end of the U.S. blockade against their ports. What do we get is a promise to open the strait later, a promise to negotiate on nuclear later, and maybe make concessions theoretically. Well, the United States seems to be aware of this. And so J.D. Vance, the lead negotiator, came out and defended this by saying, well, the reason Iran is getting these sanctions waivers and why it's such a sweet deal is because Iran is giving us a concession. They're letting our nuclear inspectors into the country. But Iran says that's not true. Iran is saying that we're lying. They said J.D. Vance is a liar. We never agreed or committed to that. J.D. Vance was asked about this. He said, well, we need to work out the details. And this is from Axios on the oil and the nuclear inspections. It says, quote, the U.S. cleared the way for Iran to sell oil in dollars, including to U.S. buyers, a reversal that came as Vice President J.D. Vance said Tehran had agreed to allow nuclear inspectors to return as early as this week. The Treasury Department on Monday waived longstanding sanctions on those sales for 2 months, while talks to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and address the issues of Iran's nuclear program and further sanctions relief proceed. Iran did not acknowledge the move to allow inspectors broader access to its sites, which would be a significant concession by Tehran. Vance acknowledged the terms of that access still need to be negotiated. Interesting.
I don't remember.
As part of the interim truce reached last week, the U.S. lifted its blockade and agreed to let Iran sell oil and get paid for it. But the formal Treasury Department waiver on Monday adds that Iran can be paid in dollars, a boon for the regime which is in desperate need of foreign exchange. It means Iranian banks can receive payments directly from abroad, allowing the regime to more easily repatriate its oil revenues. The move goes beyond a temporary waiver issued by the Treasury in March that allowed Iran to sell oil already at sea, but maintain sanctions on dollar transactions. Iranian state media said Tehran didn't negotiate over its nuclear file or accept any new commitments during the talks in Switzerland this weekend, citing officials familiar with the negotiations.
Well said, Cole.
So let me tell you what is happening. This deal is getting worse every day. Why? The deal is getting worse every day because we cannot get Israel to stop. Every day that Israel continues their war, Iran threatens to pull out of the negotiations, and we need Iran to stay in the negotiations. Did
you guys see that clip of those cops, those English bobbies kicking the shit out of those white girls? Bro, I mean, I haven't, if I had been there, I don't know, I probably would have fucked those cops up, man. Those pussy ass cops, those guys would have got their asses beat for that shit. And those pussy ass British kids, oh, she's squaring up to him while these cops are just whooping the shit out of their girls. Like, bro, what the hell, man? These girls didn't do a damn thing. Dude pulls out a baton, starts wailing on this white girl. I couldn't believe that shit, man. Couldn't believe it. They're in fuck me heels and club skirts and shit, and these cops go to beating on him with a baton and shit, bro. Like, what the hell? It's crazy. I'll show you guys here in a second. Let me pull it up.
Need Iran to keep some shipping going through the strait.
Yeah, bro.
So it puts us in this position where we are constantly chasing them, constantly begging them to stay at the table, constantly begging them to continue holding up their end of the bargain by always giving more concessions. And that's exactly what happened here. Think about the timeline. Last week, Israel bombed Beirut. We thought we had a deal with Iran.
Oh, you're gonna won't believe this shit.
This verse for the breach of the peace. Right, we get lots of money for it. Just don't swear and get moving.
This fucking
Yo,
pussy, bro.
what's he doing? Yo, was he mad? Why is he squaring up to him? Yo, he's got the baton! Yo!
Bro, this is insane, man.
Yo,
Can you
what are
believe
doing?
this, bro? Bro! That's insane, man. Bro. Bro, that's crazy shit right there. Dude, I've never seen some shit like that. Never.
Hey, come on, G.
Bro, they just tore into a gaggle of females and fuck me pumps and damn skin tight dresses, bro, and just tear into them with wands, with a bunch of batons and shit, those extendo wands. That ain't cool, man. That's some awful shit, right? Those guys, they better damn well be going to prison for that shit, or getting an inquiry anyway.
We are done negotiating. If you can't control Israel, there's no deal. The talks are off. And not only that, but we're bombing Israel. So not only did Israel's attack on Beirut last week threaten to unravel the whole deal, they also threatened to sabotage diplomacy. And in addition, it could have led to an all-out resumption of war, because that would have been the second week in a row that Israel and Iran are trading fire. And if that happens, there's a risk that it could escalate and widen. So last week, we're at the point where diplomacy has utterly collapsed. Iran is pulled out of the talks. There's no deal. They're going to bomb Israel. And bombing Israel, it's going to have to be more intense than the week before. And Israel's response would be the same. And there would be no guarantee last week that that would have not spiraled out of control into a full-scale war all over again between the U.S.-led coalition and Iran.
You know, and there's people.
So how did the United States
that commented on that video that said, let's see, you're cringe. Does it look like an appropriate behavior towards the police? And, you know, defending the police, it's like, bro, those girls were out in heels. Nary one of them they don't even have weapons available in Britain. For those cops to bust out batons and start wailing on those females, bro, there's something wrong with it. Those guys were in no danger. And they're like trying to put those women in the hospital. And that's crazy, dude. That's excessive force. I mean, if I've ever seen excessive force, that was it. That shit was it. Women, bro, it's like beating on kids or something, bro, with a baton. That ain't right, man.
even keep Iran in the process? We had to literally
Fuck
beg
you, Goldie.
Iran
Get out of here.
to stay in the talks. We had to beg Iran to make a deal. And how we did that is we
dirty
made
old
some
man,
serious concessions up front. And they were two things. Last Sunday, we offered them one: we will unilaterally end our blockade of the strait first before you open up the strait on your end. We said, all right, we will immediately and unilaterally open up the strait and allow your ports to resume maritime shipping activity, and you can open up the strait at a later date. That's concession number one. Huge, because it should have been reciprocal. Initially, the agreement was we both open at the same time.
With it.
Iran stops attacking our shipping, and we stop.
I want to do like Grandma's Boy, where I wear a collared shirt, the 3-button collared shirt with a fucking tie to a wedding. Oh man, dude, that shit is so funny.
Attacking theirs at the same time. Now the U.S. is bent over a barrel to keep Iran in the process. We say, all right, we'll end our blockade first, and then you can open up the strait later. Number two, it was said that And it was said that 50% of that would be made available at the beginning. And there was some reporting that we gave Qatar the go-ahead to give that before they even signed the agreement.
Qatar.
So right out of the gate, to even get this far,
Bro.
to even get as far as we were last week, we had to open up the strait on our end and give them a sum of money. We're not sure how much, maybe $6 billion, maybe $12 billion. We had to give them cash money. So then we have our signing of the agreement on Wednesday, and we still can't get Israel to stop pounding Lebanon. Israel bombs Lebanon every day last week. They bomb them Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On Friday, Israel unleashes on Hezbollah. They kill like 100 people. 4 IDF soldiers were incinerated by some Hezbollah FPV drones. So Israel unloaded on Hezbollah on Friday. And Iran, once again, canceled the talks, threatened to pull out of the MOU on Saturday. In response to this, Iran said we're closing the strait. So we're back to square one. Think about the progression. Last week, Iran threatens to pull out because Israel bombed Beirut. We bribed them. This weekend, Iran pulls out of the talks, reluctantly shows up to Switzerland, but they say the strait is going to remain closed as long as Israel's in violation of the deal. So then out of Switzerland, what happens? Now we're telling Iran, not only do you get to sell your oil, but you get to sell your oil in dollars. And what that effectively is we're waiving the sanctions not only on the commodity, but also on the currency as well. We're waiving the sanctions on Iran's banks. So not only does Iran sell the oil, but also the banks get the currency, and it settles more quickly, and then they get to use the currency. That's another sweetener. That's another bribe. Now, the U.S. is sort of self-conscious about the fact that we're just giving stuff away. We let Iran sell their oil that was already at sea in March. Now we're letting them sell their oil to everybody. Today, we're letting them sell their oil in our own currency. So we're waiving the sanctions on the banks. Vance says, well, the reason we're letting them sell the oil in dollars is because they're going to let nuclear inspectors into their country. But here's the thing about this. Iran already has allowed IAEA inspectors back into the country. The question is where? Where are they letting the inspectors? Up until this point, Iran is letting the inspectors into Bushehr. Bushehr is a city on Iran's coast where they have their nuclear power plants. But Iran is not letting the inspectors to Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, which is where the highly enriched uranium is. That's where the centrifuges are. That's where the research is being conducted. So the inspectors, in other words, they're looking at the peaceful power plant. They're not looking at where the bomb would be made. And why do we want the inspectors to go there as opposed to Bushehr? We want the inspectors to go to Natanz, Esfahan, and Fordo because we want to assess the damage that was done by Midnight Hammer and by the war this year. We want to see, does Iran still have the capability to enrich? What is their level of access to this infrastructure? How degraded is the highly enriched uranium, and where is it?
No pizza last night either.
It's a question of where the inspector.
I bought the pizza, but I didn't eat the pizza. I woke up the next morning and it was still out. No good.
Inspectors will be allowed, and Iran is insistent they will not let the inspectors see those 3 sites. Now, Vance came out today and said Iran has agreed to nuclear inspections, but Iran said we didn't discuss nuclear at all this weekend. We didn't make any new commitments. And so what that would tend to imply is they're not going to let inspectors into those 3 sites. They didn't agree to that. And Vance is basically admitting, saying, yeah, well, we got to work out the details. In other words, there was no firm, concrete commitment that Iran is going to let the inspectors see anything more than they're already looking at. As a matter of fact, they seem to be implying the opposite, which is we didn't change anything. There's no new commitment. We didn't.
The exact same shirt, just different designs. I love them. These are amazing Florida button-ups. They're J. Crew, super lightweight cotton. Oh my God, dude. I've had these things for like probably 8 years. Long time.
talk about the nuclear file at all. And so what it sounds like is what we really did is we gave Iran a better sanctions waiver to keep them in the process again. In other words, we didn't get anything for this. This is another sweetener. We didn't get better nuclear inspections. What we got is that Iran is not going to blow up the deal. And what is going to happen this week, tomorrow through Thursday, is that Israel and Lebanon are coming to Washington to work out some kind of a ceasefire negotiated by Marco Rubio. And pending the outcome of this negotiation, we'll see if Israel is going to abide by the MOU and whether Iran will allow us then to advance to the next phase of the deal. But that's where we are. And it's like I said last week, and it's like I said earlier today, this deal is getting worse all the time. And basically, the headline is Iran gets everything, we get nothing. We ended our blockade over their ports. We're letting them sell their oil. We're letting them sell it in dollars. We're not going to bomb them. We're going to try to force Israel to stop fighting Hezbollah, and we get nothing. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. They're going to take control over it. They're not going to let inspectors into Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, at least not anytime soon. It doesn't look like they're giving up their nuclear centrifuges. So I predict there's going to be a lot more trouble from this MOU. And what it's sounding like is that this is exactly like the first ceasefire. Because if you recall, this is exactly how the first ceasefire went.
Tablecloth.
Same terms, same outcome. It's playing out exactly the same way. In the first ceasefire, we said, we'll stop bombing you if you open the strait and negotiate nuclear.
Who am I?
And what Iran said is we're not opening up the strait and negotiating nuclear because Israel hasn't stopped fighting in Lebanon. And the strait remained closed, and Iran was refusing to negotiate about nuclear, but we nevertheless kept not bombing Iran. Seems like it's exactly the same thing here.
True, Red.
Strait is going to remain closed. Iran is going to be obstinate about their nuclear program. They're going to be cagey about what they're willing to concede to us. But in the meantime, we're not going to be bombing.
Bro, how is it that Nick still has it? It's almost won, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Them. We're not even going to have this economic blockade, which is what we had since the 2-week original ceasefire expired. So it's a rotten deal. This entire thing is a rotten, rotten deal. And I don't think there's any hiding it that is because this amounts to an unconditional surrender on the American side. Unfortunately, this is a situation where
I would rather do the unconditional surrender than take the alternative, bro. We are going to suffer as it is. If we don't take this surrender, we are going to suffer some serious blowback, bro. Economic blowback. Like, bro, I remember 2008 and whatnot. That was no joke, man. Like, if we go through one of those again, bro, I don't know if we can do that. We can, if the system can handle that stress, bro. I don't think it can, man. People still haven't recovered from 2008. They're not living high off the hog like they were in 2007 and 2006. People were living good before 2008. Now people are struggling, bro. You put more on their plate, dude. I just don't see how civil unrest doesn't tear this country apart. If you want to know my opinion, I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Once we entered it, there are basically zero good options to get out of it. We crossed this threshold. We started bombing Iran. We killed their supreme leader. We went in for regime change. And now that has happened, things are never going to be the same.
Show.
Iran is going to control the strait. They have this pretext to use it against us. And as long as they have the strait and there's no military option for us to get it back, they have us by the balls. And so they can impose any conditions they want on us. Right now, the condition they're imposing is that we're not bombing them. We're not blockading them. We're not sanctioning their oil. Their nuclear program continues in the status quo way that it was. And we are doing their dirty work. We're actually creating a sphere of influence for them in Lebanon. We're making it so that Iran is going to get to dictate the terms in Lebanon, which are going to allow Hezbollah to effectively rebuild and reconstitute themselves and mobilize on Israel's border all over again. And the United States is being put in a position where we have to act as a middleman, doing Iran's will against Israel in Lebanon. Now, if you think that this is going to get Trump to turn against Israel, because I talked a little bit about this last week, I said maybe the silver lining is that in all of this, what Iran is doing is they're driving a wedge between Israel and the United States. The United States needs this deal because we need the Strait open.
Hey, what's up, JQ?
But Iran has conditioned this deal on Israel stopping the war in Lebanon. But Israel needs their war in Lebanon. Netanyahu needs this war in Lebanon. They need it because they cannot tolerate the existence of Hezbollah so close to their northern border. So for security reasons, Israel in general and Netanyahu in particular, they need to continue the conflict in Lebanon. So what Iran has done is they've put this issue right in the middle of us. The U.S. needs the Strait to open, so we need Israel to stop. Israel needs the war in Lebanon, so they can't stop. And so by dropping this issue in between the U.S.
Instead of bombing Iran, we just bomb Israel and fucking wipe that bitch off the map. Turn it all into glass, bro. We can avoid all this bullshit and move on with our lives. Doesn't that sound like actually the better? That would be the best. That would be the best option of all. Why can't we just do that? Fuck these people. All they're doing is making our lives harder. Suck. Like, bro. It's a damn shame we can't do something about it as people, as a nation, and not as a shit, garbage ass, bitch ass fucking captured government. Bro, fuck our government. The whole Western world, our governments, they've like targeted us, bro. Straight up, they've targeted us. Not only that, but then they bring in a bunch of brown people that are supposed to help prop the GDP up. Yeah, except they bring them all in, except they don't prop a goddamn thing up. They become welfare dependents. And then if you have the gumption to say anything about it, or even just catch them for a split second in your TikTok video, France and America and Britain, they will throw your bitch ass in jail and throw away the key. If you dare speak out against your daughter's being raped by the sand people, put it that way. It's, bro, these governments, like, honestly, they don't have the consent of the governed. They're getting more and more evil and authoritarian. I mean, really, maybe it's about time for a like a shift change kind of a deal, you know? Like, bro, hey, you guys have had your fun. It's time for a rollover, you know? You guys, you're entrenched. You don't do a goddamn thing we ask and we want and we tell you to do. You think you own us like we're just like your fucking herd. We're just your shepherds and we're your sheep, and you just live off of us. You just feed off of us like goddamn vampire bats. Like, bro, how long do they think this is going to stand for? Do they think like it would not be that hard to destroy Washington? How hard would that be? You know what I'm saying? Like, we could just, I don't want to get into it and end up on some fucking list.
U.S. and Israel, they're driving a wedge between us and pitting us against each other.
Oh, it's all of them. Fuck them all. They're
all
making
making it so that it's sort of a lose-lose.
I'm not parsing anymore.
If we win,
then we
get Iran to do its dirty work we are doing Iran's dirty work in Lebanon. If we win, that means that we are breaking the back of Israel. We're carving out a sphere of influence for Iran and Lebanon. Hezbollah gets to rebuild, and we get our oil. So even if we win, Iran wins, because Iran is going to feel safe from a U.S.-Israel attack. There's a ceasefire, and their number one ally will be able to reconstitute themselves. So that's a win for Iran. But even if they lose, they still win. If Israel pushes ahead in Lebanon, then that means that they get to continue to close the strait, and that hurts the United States, and that brings the United States against Israel, and it divides up that coalition. If there's no goodwill between Israel and the United States, then Israel's not likely to be able to bring the United States into a conflict against Iran for regime change. So that's also a win for Iran. Now, I said last week that maybe the silver lining is that Iran's four-dimensional chess strategy is to divide the U.S. and Israel, and maybe that means that on some timeline, this decouples the United States from Israel. Because in order for us to open the strait, which is an imperative, we're going to have to hurt Netanyahu politically. We're going to either have to have him lose this election. We're going to have to work with his political opposition. Like, the nature and dynamic of that relationship is going to have to change. Because fighting that war in Lebanon and sabotaging peace in Iran, that's really in Israel's interest.
Yeah.
They really want it.
And the ones with the anchors on them, the blue shirt with the short sleeve with the anchors, and that blue one with the white dots.
Do it. And so for us to make them accept something less than that, we're really going to have to assert our will against them, which will forever alter how that works between us and Israel, between us and the Israel lobby within the United States. And so I said last week, maybe that's like a positive externality. Maybe that's the upside. But this weekend, Trump said, if Iran doesn't respect us, if they don't hold up their end of the bargain, then we're just going to bomb Iran. And I think I said at some point last week, don't think this is a done deal, because in the end, if Israel is making Trump look weak, how is Trump going to repair his reputation? It's not going to be by confronting Israel. Yeah. If Israel continues to fight Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Iran uses that as an excuse to reclose the strait, and that makes Trump look like a bitch, Trump is not about to rehabilitate his public standing by bringing the pressure down on Israel. Why? Because that's much more difficult. And Israel is ostensibly our ally. It's arguably much more difficult to get Israel to stop. It's much riskier because you might fail. Israel probably is more willing to disobey the United States than Iran. So Trump actually, you might be surprised, he's actually not going to publicly oppose Netanyahu.
You guys ever thought about this? I was thinking about this last night while I was like laying in bed, kind of not feeling good. No, I think I did bring this up where I was talking about Somalia. How these fucking people, bro, they've been on the planet longer than we have. They have all of nothing to show for their time on this fucking planet. Nothing. But boy, are they eager to get over here and to get into our fucking country and set up little enclaves that they'll I would be willing to wager that they're probably thinking, well, we'll die for the land we're on now. Let them try to get us out. I wouldn't be surprised, not be surprised if that was the game plan for them.
Politically undermine Netanyahu in order to free Lebanon from Israel's influence on behalf of Iran. I think on the contrary, if Iran tries to drive a wedge between Trump and Israel, it might backfire. And what it might do is put Trump deeper into Israel's camp, where Trump is saying, you know what? We're trying our best to make Israel stop, but really it has nothing to do with the Persian Gulf. You might see Trump actually go frustrated with Iran for conditioning the strait on a ceasefire in Lebanon, which is really something between Israel, Hezbollah, and Lebanon themselves. And so this weekend, I think you saw a streak there. You saw a shade of this. Trump said, if Iran doesn't respect us, we're going to bomb them. If Iran doesn't respect us, we're going to kill their negotiators. And Iran has actually not responded to Trump's latest threat. There were two threats. Trump said this weekend, we'll kill the negotiators. And then he said later on, if Iran doesn't respect us, we're going to start bombing them again. If they don't hold up their end of the deal, we're going to bomb their country all over again.
Are you talking about that Brett Weinstein thing the other day, or like 2 or 3 days ago, the Brett Weinstein interview with Rupert Lowe? Because yeah, Lowe, he came out and said did a few things about, he's not with the ethnats, the ethno-nationalists, this and that. But, you know, every party has to have their attack dogs. Every party has their the people that are further to the right or further, that are more radical, and they have their moderates, they have their moderates, and then they have the people that are usually in charge of the party that are in between. And, you know, that seems to me like what Lowe's doing. He doesn't police the roles of his party, and a good party does not kick people out because they're further to the right than the party. You know what I mean? Like, they don't kick those people out. They use them wisely. They use them as an attack dog. They use them to push the boundary, the Overton window and stuff. That way, when you come in with a slightly, or you may want to do something, well, you have them go way over the top so that what you want to do seems reasonable, because the hardcore guys in your party are talking about doing something way more radical. So when you come out with the moderate thing, it seems reasonable strategy.
And so I'd be very curious to see how much mileage Iran gets out of this strategy. I think it is actually liable to backfire. Because at the end of the day, the Israelis are in Trump's ear, not the Iranians. The Israelis surround Trump. Rubio is in with the Israelis. Who's going to be brokering this deal this week? Marco Rubio is. Israel and Lebanon will sit this week at the State Department, at the Pentagon, and who's going to mediate this in Foggy Bottom? It's going to be Rubio. Vance is doing the diplomacy between Iran and the United States and Pakistan and Qatar. Rubio is doing the diplomacy between Israel and Lebanon. Rubio is in the pocket for Israel. Trump is in the pocket for Israel. Who surrounds the White House and the administration? It's people like Mark Levin. It's people like Steve Witkoff. It's people like Ike Perlmutter. It's Miriam Adelson. It's all these people. And I guarantee you, what was Levin and Netanyahu? What were they talking about at the Jewish News Syndicate Forum this weekend? They're talking about how they could get Trump back on their side. So I said last week, hey, maybe there's this 5D chess silver lining where Iran is brilliantly driving a wedge between the U.S. and Israel by pitting us against each other, by conditioning the Strait of Hormuz on a ceasefire in Lebanon. It has created enmity between Trump and Netanyahu. It makes it so that Netanyahu is the obstacle to get this all-important deal, which humiliates Trump to boot. And there were some public statements last week that might have indicated Trump was moving in that direction. J.D. Vance gave that press conference where he said, Israel defends itself with U.S.-made weapons, and Trump is the only leader that supports Israel. And Trump made some comments about Netanyahu as our little partner, and he gets too excited, and he's killing people in Lebanon that have nothing to do with Hezbollah. But then what did we hear this weekend? More threats about bombing Iran.
He said he's going live. I just wanted to say a couple things real quick. Like, I get what you're saying there. You got, everybody seems to think Europe is, they're screwed, this and that. And yeah, it doesn't look good, but, they're still at least they're at least more, or 70% or more of the population are white. But, the Indians probably would have said the same fucking thing at 1900. They probably would have said the same damn thing. We'll never get rid of these fucking English sons of bitches. Bro, life is way more complex. Bro, the devil fools with the best laid plans. These crooked ass politicians and capitalists, just because they brought these people over here, that doesn't mean a damn thing, bro. They've been there all of not even a decade, bro. And you're just going to write them off like that? Negative like that? I don't know, man. That don't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, those people have not even begun to fight, bro. No, they have not done anything. So for you to just write them off, that doesn't jive with me, man. And it seems kind of pessimistic, and I'm not so sure that that's the best way to go. And we all understand the gravity of Europe. There's no need to exaggerate it, but there's still a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people, and not only that, but a lot of those countries, those people, their own natives, they lose. Like I know Britain loses 250,000 British a year, like young people. They can't get a job in Britain. So not only it's not, but that's adding to to the problem. Not only that, but actually Britain right now, they're at net zero or net negative migration. They're not bringing in anybody. Starmer changed it out, but you got to understand, like those people in Europe, they don't have any money and they're not working, bro. They're being paid. And when when the Western Empire can no longer afford to pay for those people to be there and can no longer hold a gun to every white person on the planet's head, those fucking scumbags will go home. They'll go home, or they're gonna go home. Do you see what they did in Belfast, bro? That they don't want that to happen, and it will happen if they if they hang out when the government doesn't have a gun to those people's head. Yeah, they're not gonna like it, but they'll go home. They'll go home. They just got to stop paying them. They got to stop paying them. They don't want to fucking work. They just want to collect that money and rape girls. Well, when that money stops flowing, the shit's going to hit the fan. And when those people start getting serious about this and start actually resisting, then it will be. Then I will agree with you. If nothing changes, okay, well, they're screwed, but they haven't even tried to fix it. You feel me? I mean, that's all I'm saying. They haven't tried yet.
Slow news night, I'm going to be honest.
Wait.
But we got some big stories, both major vindications. These are some sleeper vindications. Not obvious. These are not the big ones. These are the little ones.
I've seen you before, but thank you.
These are the little victories, the little vindications. Nevertheless, 100% record. Our featured story tonight, we're talking about the $100 million bailout.
You're looking out, bro.
Of the Daily Wire.
I'm not trying to bust your balls,
crazy.
But
I predicted this to the
I just wanted to
probably about a month ago. As you know, Ben Shapiro's platform, the Daily Wire, has been in free fall all throughout 2026 and has been on a downward trajectory for the past several years. A lot of people celebrated prematurely that this would be the end of Daily Wire, the end of Ben Shapiro. People said the company would go bankrupt, insolvent, and then disappear. But the big development today is that Ben Shapiro and the executives at Daily Wire are now shopping around with the Koch brothers, who are leading an investment group. They're seeking $100 million in outside investment for Daily Wire at a $2 billion valuation, potentially. They say Daily Wire could get to a $2 billion valuation within 18 months so that they can rescue the dying platform. Now, what would make them possibly think they could command a $2 billion valuation? What would investors see in terms of return on investment for a $100 million strategic investment in this company? Well, that's not really the point. You see, it's not about ROI. It's not about whether the company can be profitable or whether it's going to make anybody any money. And it's not a question of whether it's really worth $2 billion. None of that really matters. And I said this about a month ago when Daily Wire had their second round of major layoffs. Some reports said up to 50% of their staff has been laid off in the past year. When everybody said this company was going down the tubes, I reminded you, and I said this very early, that is just simply not how the media market works. The media market is not like other markets. In the media market, you don't actually have to make money because that is not the purpose of media. And maybe I would clarify, that is not the purpose of news media. The purpose of news media is it's effectively a form of lobbying. It's effectively a form of political lobbying. It's an indirect form of lobbying. And so the real positive benefit from investing in media is not actually the return on the money, but it's the return that you get in the form of influence, specifically over the broader market at large, over politics, over society. And this is why you really have investors interested in Daily Wire for the same reason investors were interested in CBS News and the Free Press and CNN and all the rest of it. It's not about the money. It is actually about the message. So we're going to talk all about that tonight. We'll get into the details. Very predictable. And it's like I said, this is why we in the alternative space are really fighting for our lives every day, because we have to make a profit. And by we, I mean anybody like me, anybody like Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Tucker, Megyn Kelly. If we fail to succeed, then we don't make money. If we don't create a competitive product that gets people's attention, that is profitable, that generates revenue, we don't make money. And if we don't make money, then we have to lay off our staff and we have to get rid of our equipment and we can't rent out the space anymore. And then we can't do what we do. And that's it. That's the game. Everybody else that is part of the institutional media, it doesn't work that way. If they don't succeed, if they don't get eyeballs, if they don't get attention, they will simply get bailed out by the bigger fish. They will get bailed out by some billionaire, some conglomerate, maybe even a conglomerate that has nothing to do with media at all. Like in the case of the Ellison family, this is a software tech dynasty that's now buying up the largest media conglomerate on the planet. This is simply how the game is played. And I said this about a month ago. So we'll get into that. We're also going to talk tonight about the situation with Tucker Carlson. Another vindication. Yesterday, Tucker made headlines everywhere and ruffled everybody's feathers when he made the shocking announcement that he's leaving the GOP. He said that after 35 years of dutiful support for the Republican Party, he said he can no longer support them in the upcoming election in 2026. And everybody said, wow, this is a really big deal. Tucker is arguably the number one right-wing influencer in the country, number one right-wing podcast in the space. If he's out of the GOP, then that is really saying something and puts the Republicans' prospects in jeopardy in the midterms and maybe.
I'm definitely not. I'm definitely leaving the Republican Party as well. I'm definitely switching to independent. I don't want to be pigeonholed to those crooks.
Even after that. Well, I said last night, and I put this on Twitter as well, I said, don't hold your breath here. I said, because Tucker Carlson, maybe that's not the right idiom for this, but Tucker Carlson is actually not leaving the GOP. He's not leaving the GOP. He's not really going to stop supporting the GOP. This is a rhetorical position that he has taken up. It is a fake posture so that he can actually more effectively and cynically herd Republican voters back into the GOP in 2028.
Fuck does Nick know? How
Is
does he know
Tucker
that?
really leaving the GOP? Is he really finished? I said, not so fast, because what is going to happen in 2028 when his best friend, J.D. Vance, and I'm not even really saying that to be shitty. I mean, Tucker says it himself. He loves J.D. J.D. is his best friend. They've known each other forever. He's the most morally upstanding man in all of history. These are Tucker's actual words. I said, so what happens in just 2 years when his best buddy, who he loves, is running for president? Will he remain outside the GOP? Will he not be able to, in good conscience, support the GOP, which betrayed its voters, brought us to war in Iran, represents nothing other than Israel? I said, of course not. Of course not. In 2028, you know, and I know, and everyone knows, he will be there as the probably number one spokesperson, campaign surrogate for Vance 2028. He'll be there in the primary. He'll be there in the general. So what is this business really about? when he says I'm not in the GOP, all that is meant to do is earn credibility from already disaffected GOP voters. In other words, people are already out of the GOP. Tucker does not push the envelope. He trails the people that push the envelope ever so slightly. Other people left the GOP first. Their name is me. Then the voters left en masse after that because of the Epstein files, because of Thomas Massie, because of the war in Iran, because of the big, beautiful bill, because of all these different things. And now that the voters have left, trailing just a millisecond behind them is Tucker, who is going to say, hey guys, me too. I'm out of the GOP as well. Why? So that he can earn their trust. It's about building credibility. He's staking out a posture outside the GOP, let's say, inside the Beltway camp, so that in 2028, he can more effectively speak to those people that have already left and say, hey guys, the coast is clear. Let's come back and support Vance. I know you guys were frustrated in 2026. So was I. I didn't support the Republicans either, but it's all good now. Who's with me? Let's all vote. That's the game. And this is exactly what happened today. The big news is that Tucker Carlson, in an interview with Alex Jones, clarified that yes, of course, he will be supporting J.D. Vance in 2028. Big surprise. So we'll talk all about that. We'll get into that as well. Alex Jones is right there with them. And I love Alex, and he's my guy, and he's the number one OG. But it's like, bro, we can't keep falling for it. How do we keep falling for it? Every year, every cycle. Well, you hear what Trump's been saying lately? Sounds pretty good. Oh, you hear what Trump's been saying? No, these sounds great. I think it's going to be a golden age. No, really, I think it'll actually be different this time. Wait a second, they're bombing Iran? What is going on? I can't believe this turn of events. Wait a second, did you hear what J.D. Vance just said? Sounds pretty good. I think this time it's going to be different. It's really going to be a golden age. Wait, you're telling me that his chief of staff is a Tikva Fund fellow and a Jew? And David Sachs is going to be his chief of staff in the White House? Who could have predicted that? It's just so it's so tiresome. Sometimes we just gotta realize we're being played for suckers here. So anyway, so we'll get into all that. It's going to be a good show. Before we get into the news, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store at Fuentes.store. Spring collection is still here, summer collection loading. If you want to support the show, subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus, $15 a month. You get access to the entire archive of the show. $100 a month, you get access to the exclusive group chat. I was in there today giving some early stuff about this upset election in New York. I'm going to cover it extensively tomorrow, but I gave some of my very early thoughts, thinking out loud about the situation in New York City. All of these Zohran Mamdani-backed DSA candidates won their elections in New York City for the state assembly and the city council, and that's just a severe black pill. It's getting really bad out there. And my sneaking suspicion, this is just another preview. So I dropped this preview in the group chat. If you want to hear takes like this, check out the group chat. Like I said, it's AmericaFirst.plus. My sneaking suspicion about what is happening in New York and everything is I really feel like Trump is he's ruining it for all of us. What you need to understand, and this is just the unfortunate reality, it's not fair and it sucks, but Trump is the ship, okay? He is the ark. He's Noah's ark. The world is about to flood with third world refuse. The world is about to flood with socialists and communists and third world garbage and filth of every stripe. And Trump, as much as we don't like him anymore, as much as we don't agree with him and
Didn't show
everything that
yet.
he is and everything that's been said.
Oh,
He
man.
is like the ark. And 2 by 2, every animal, every right winger, every species of the right is going to be on the ark. If Trump goes down, we
Ark.
all go down. And we all drown in this sea of shit, in this flood, this ocean of shit. And that's exactly what's happening. Trump is failing. He's bringing all of us down with him. We are all being dragged straight to hell with Trump. The Trump movement is cresting. It's on its way out. It's nearly over. It is exhausted. It has been killed by this war, by the Epstein files, all of its hypocrisy, all of its betrayals. And consequently, it has lost the will and the mandate of the people. And so no one is interested. No one is excited. No one likes it anymore. It's just run out of steam. And so with the Trump movement goes the entire right wing. There's going to be no unity, no vision, no direction, no stick-togetherness. And not only is Trump failing all of us and bringing the right down with him, creating all this division and chaos and just a general demoralization, loss of a will to go on, but what's more, he is empowering the left. And not to mix metaphors, but he is supercharging the pendulum. Every one of these half-ass measures, half measures, broken promises, all it is doing is charging up the potential energy of this pendulum, which is going to shoot back in the other direction like a fucking cannon, like an RPG, like a bazooka, and blow all of our heads off and destroy everything. Every time Trump promises mass deportations and does a half measure and doesn't deliver and just pisses everybody off. Every time he threatens indictments of his political enemies and does a half measure and doesn't actually deliver. All this is doing is storing up this potential energy, pissing off the shock troops, the protesters, the activists, the elites, the billionaires, the radical left, the DSA. And all that's going to do is, you're already seeing it in New York City, first with Zoran, now with the DSA, with Hassan Piker. They're just charging up left-wing economic populism. All these issues that have been neglected, like housing and healthcare and cost of living and the rest of it, it's all getting charged up. And mark my words, in 2028, it's going to be brutal, brutal. And we are left up a creek without a paddle. No arc, no vision, no leadership, no organization, division between Vance and Rubio, the Tucker camp and the Levin camp. And we're going to be staving off this challenge from these other people. And all they have in common is pure resentment against everything that is good and competent and successful and patriotic. Pure resentment against Christians, against whites, against Americans, against the rich, against industry. And it's just going to be this tidal wave. Look at Zohran Mamdani's New York. It's a drag queen situation in the New York City governor's mansion or the city hall. It's the taxing the white neighborhoods to give to the black people. It's the celebrating Eid and, Ramadan Mubarak and all this bullshit. It's basically just a collection of the worst coming together, and we don't have a chance. And I'm realizing this as it happens. I'm seeing it's very clear. The writing is on the wall. Left-wing economic populism is just winning. It's winning in Virginia. It's winning in Pennsylvania. It's winning in New York City. It even defeated...
Of course it's winning, bro. But wait until the bureaucracy and wait until their fucking stupid schemes start collapsing. Like, bro, everybody knows that all the leftist stuff, almost all of it is like Ponzi schemes where they're just shell gaming the money around, bro. Just like a shell game. They're moving the money around. And when they do put money somewhere, it gets embezzled out into their pocket or into their buddy's pocket. It's literally a matter of time until Mom Donnie fucks it up for himself. Every other socialist or communist did this. So I don't see why we should really be worried about Mom Donnie. He's going to step on his own dick and trip himself up. Just give him time. Give him time. You know, his term is still early yet. Nick over here flapping his gums about socialism.
This reality TV star in Los Angeles, it's like that energy from the right. Not only is it gone and destroyed, but it's actually been transmuted and it's charging up the enemy now. When people talk about this generational coalition that defeated wokeism and propelled Trump into office in 24, not only is that coalition fractured, dead, the energy is gone, the energy has been siphoned out into the other side, and it's just the worst of the worst. So buckle up, guys.
Next he can't.
It's going to get ugly. At least with Joe Biden, think about it this way. At least with Joe Biden, he had an expiration date and we had a raft because we fell back on Trump. But in 2028, we don't have these guardrails. There is no Joe Biden that will die out of office that's literally just going to expire.
Hey, did you guys seen that a bunch of people got killed on Juneteenth in Chicago? Like a drive-by took like it was like 5 or 12 people, black people, just gunned them down on the street. Is that not crazy? They get their special little holiday about the day that they abolished slavery, even though we haven't celebrated that ever. Been unofficial. But yeah, that they take it as an opportunity to go murder each other. Isn't that awesome? Like, what a great celebration. And they all join together and sing Kumbaya, put a bullet through each other's heads, that old chestnut.
Running, and we don't have this life raft of Trumpism that can be anything that anybody wants it to be. And, certain coalitions can come together and project what they want onto it to save us from the left. It's not going to be like that in 28. So I think we're in for a pretty rude awakening unless we get it together. Even if we get it together,
June
I'm not
19th.
so sure. So anyway, I see this in New
50
York.
people. No shit.
And I understand it is New York City. It's a very far left city. I get that. But the signs are there. Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York. Ignore this at your own peril. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be pretty. And all these people that have been flirting with the left, myself included, we can understand in a very mechanical and cynical way maybe the necessity of this pain that is going to come and that might be necessary pain, but let's just not be under any illusions about what it is. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be this LARP where it's like Apolloism. It's like, it's not going to be... It will not be like that at all. I see these people saying, we're unironic Democrats and Richard Spencer's going to lead the way. It's like, no, it's not going to be Richard Spencer. It's going to be Zohran Mamdani. This black chick that got elected to the city council, DSA member backed by Zohran, she has a tweet from 2019 where she said, I didn't have a napkin in this restaurant, so I just wiped my hands on the American flag behind me.
What?
Some frizzy-haired African.
Bro.
Like, that's what it's going to be, you guys.
Bro. The police should take a baton to that bitch's skull. That's who should get batoned. Some fucking scumbag wiping their fucking greasy colored hands off on our flag. Like, bro, Boy Scouts, they go and collect torn, tattered flags and stuff. They go and they get boxes of them, and then they with honor burn those flags so that they don't disgrace the flag and that they don't touch but and then you get some filthy colored woman from Africa that oh well, I don't have a napkin, we can wipe it off on this flag. I wonder if she would wipe it off on her African nation's flag, or if it's just our flag that gets that kind of treatment.
Nice. And it's no good. But we might need to undergo some years of this so that it just gets absolutely unbearable, and then we're going to get maybe then we get something better. Who knows? But anyway, so that's just a little preview. We're going to get into all that tomorrow, but I have a very bad feeling about this. We're going to get into it tomorrow, but tonight we're going to get into our news. First, before we even get into the news, I just want to say, I want to take credit for one more vindication. Absolutely so satisfying to see Clavicular walk in Paris Fashion Week today. How awful, even after this city threw everything that it had at this American patriot. They threw cans and bottles.
That's true, Alex. Well said,
These jesters flipped him off. The girls turned him down. They looked the other way when he was in the middle of a conversation. And he still mogged the shit out of them in Paris Fashion Week, because that's who we are. That's who we are. That's America. That's looks-maxing. That's mogging. That's striving. That's who we are.
I think I mentioned this at the end of the show yesterday, but anybody who tries to say, oh, these right wing, these far right racists, this and that, blah blah blah, bro, it has absolutely nothing to do with race, bro. None of us have. I have never had a disagreement or trouble with an Asian person in my life, bro. From the day I was born to today, bro, I have never had an ill word with an Asian man or an Asian woman or an Asian kid. I got no truck with other races and other people, except the ones that see me as a prey item and want to jump me, with half a dozen or whatever. These ones that are low IQ, envious because they haven't built a damn thing and they see everything we have. But see, the Chinese, they see what we have and they say, shit, that's a good idea. How did you do that? I need to get on that, man. I need to build me one of those. These sons of bitches from the Middle East, Africa, Pakistan, India, they can't do it. They don't have the wherewithal, the know-how. So they're bitter and resentful. And any opportunity they have to hit a lick on us, to subtract from ours, to get some of that, they want to dip their biscuit in our fucking gravy. Even though they haven't got a pot to piss in, narrow window to throw it out of. They live in mud huts, man. And they've been here. They've been on the planet Earth longer than we have. For thousands of years, they've been here. They got nothing. I mean, in the Middle East and India, they got stuff. But like Somalians and this and that, it's just like, bro, why are we allowing people that can't do for themselves? We're just letting them come over here and take advantage of us. What the hell, And they're bitter. The ones that can do, they're not bitter with us. They're not jealous. They see us, they admire us. It's not about that. It ain't about race. Not only that, but right wing. Right wing just means we love justice. Justice and law. Basically, that is the right wing ethos, is justice and law. People get what they deserve with right wingers. Then you see assholes like, what's his name? John C. Riley. I seen some shit where, oh, these, empathy, it's a superpower. It's a superpower. It's this, it's how we can put ourselves in other people's shoes. Yeah, I'm sure it is, bro. But you ever been anywhere where you got a bunch of empathy-ridden faggots and they're all gathered? Oh, we're all empathetic. They're trying to get laid. They're at some gym or something doing some class with women. Then some big-ass son of a bitch named Bubba walks in that just got out of prison. What do those empathetic faggots do? They try to kind of imply things. And then when they see the implications aren't getting through, they grab their bags and shit and go. They, homeboy from prison, he's making the females uncomfortable. These faggot beta males. No, dude. That is the problem here. These leftist sons of bitches, it's all about empathy, empathy, empathy. And that works. That works when you have a bunch of fucking limousine liberals together. Yeah, they follow the rules and they empathize. But as soon as you get a few million Afghanis or a tatted up Bubba from the jailhouse. Empathy don't do a goddamn thing. It doesn't help. You got to have warriors. You got to have righteous warriors. You got to have knights. You know, warrior monks that are good and follow the rules, but also are not afraid to lay down an ass whooping for the people that don't follow the fucking rules. And that's what we're dealing. And you know, they think, oh, the right, they're just evil. They're evil, this and that. And it's like, well, how does California look? You know, you don't have anybody on the right there, and it's falling apart. You're moving out in droves. It's like in modernity, we just totally fucking forgot about that whole side. And they've like lost touch with reality. Oh, the right wing, they're evil. Like, how so? How so? How so, motherfucker? Oh, what? Because, you know, you're more empathetic. You're not more empathetic. You're just a duck, man. And you know that empathetic shit, empathy, it's great. No, it is great for humans and whatnot. But so is the law, and so is justice. That's equally as important, if not more. And those warrior monks, those are fucking mandatory. You can't just forego that. And Britain is and Europe is learning the hard way. But that's what we stand for. I just wanted to remind you guys, we on the right are concerned with rules, laws, righteousness, justice. That's what fucking matters, man. That's why we do this.
And you're nothing. And you're nothing. This city threw everything they had at him. Paris, which is a dump anyway. Paris, which is filled with trash and Africans, I repeat myself, trash and Africans and degenerate socialists that don't even work, I repeat myself. This stinking piece of shit pile of garbage city, they threw everything they could at Clav, and he still walked in your fashion week.
Apophis Bubba.
He said, I took over France faster than Napoleon. Clav took over France faster than Hitler, bro. We're all thinking it, I'll say it. Clav took over your city faster than Hitler.
You gonna blow him when he gets back,
Hitler
Nick?
level blitzkrieg on Paris, and I love to see it. I love to see it.
He's gonna fucking
the
do
mouths
that.
of the haters.
Look, 9,000.
The lying mouths of the haters were forced shut when he mogged. And I think he's back to mogging. I don't know if you saw the video, but we're back. We're absolutely back. I saw the video of the walk. We're back. The Sophie Rain live stream at the Eiffel Tower. Pure Kino, pure cinema. The Fashion Week walk. We're back. You don't need them. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Weird, man.
Time to come back to the States. Time to come back to the United States. But yeah, I saw that, and I'm very glad to see it. You have to recognize the people that hate Clavicular. I know some people in our space
Nobody
aren't the
hates
biggest
him,
fans
bro.
or whatever.
Nobody hates him.
The older
You
people
just love
they
him.
don't get it. They're hating on him because they're jealous. They're hating on him because their wife is fat, and they're just jealous. But, there's a lot of people that don't get it. You got to recognize these guys like...
Bro, Clav, he doesn't have anything, bro. Don't fuck. It's like he's playing, he's rich, but he hasn't cashed in his stocks yet. So that rich shit, that shit is on paper. When Clav has a fucking, a mansion and a fucking empire and a wife and a family, okay, yeah, then he's won. Then he's done it. But as far as we know, this motherfucker's gonna be dead by fucking, noon today. So it's like, bro, no, spare me, dude, spare me. When homeboy has more than a testosterone prescription, a needle, and fucking Adderall, when he has something that I want, he doesn't have anything I want at the moment, then he's won. But it's like, bro, get off this dude's nuts, man. Like, what the hell?
Trump, for that matter, Elon, Clavicular. It's like that meme of tug of war. You may think you don't like these people, and I get it. I have my criticisms of Trump and Elon. Elon hates me. I get it. But when you're shitting on these people, you have to look to your right and left and realize who also hates these people. It's all these other people that hate him for the wrong reasons. You say, I don't like Elon because he wants Indian H-1Bs. But then you turn to your right and left and you see these blue hair hippies. And they say, well, I don't like Elon because he's a fascist, because he's a trillionaire. No one should have that much money. And it's like, really? What do you do for a living? I'm a public school teacher. Okay, well, tell me about how that puts us on Mars, stupid ass. Well, I'm a public school teacher, and I think we should get more money. Why? Why, chalk hands? You don't even do the work. You give these kids an iPad. They're all actually just using AI anyway. Well, I'm a public school teacher, and I don't think you should have $1 trillion. It's like, dude, you shouldn't even have $100. You should be in a mine somewhere. And it's the same thing with Trump, actually. You're criticizing Trump, and then once again, you look to your right and left, and it's like, Baby Hands Cheeto thinks that he doesn't have to go through Congress. Well, it's like, there shouldn't be a Congress. What are you talking about? Baby Hands Cheeto Hitler, he wants to deport all these illegals like the Gestapo. It's like, no, he's not, and that's the problem. And same thing with Clav. It's all the worst people in the world that don't like him, so... We have to represent white excellence. We have to put the bullshit aside.
And everything but my
Sometimes our heroes will collaborate with the Jews. It just is what it is. I don't love it. Nobody loves it, but it is what it is. We have to put that aside and we have to actually just Roman salute the white excellence. And I hate to say it, but sometimes I just feel that way. So anyway, so we love to see it. Clav took Paris. Fuck those people. So why are they mad? Why are they even mad? And you know what else? You know what else is funny about that? I think about what's happening in France. I think about this situation. I think about this crisis that has gripped the city. They have no problem with these stinking fucking African migrants in their city, but they're gonna flip off Clav. A bunch of stinking fucking African rapists and migrants. They're going to go and squat in museums and all over the streets and put up their tents and smoke fucking pot everywhere. And that's fine. But then this angel, but then this Aryan, but then Superman from America blesses your city with his presence and you flip him off? We fought the wrong enemy. Mr. President, save your firepower against Iran. We have another problem. I bet if Clav went to Tehran, they would greet him as a liberator. He went to Moscow, there'd be some respect. We fought the wrong enemy. I've been saying it. Anyway, that's kind of a joke, but there's also some truth to that. Doesn't really make a ton of sense, but there's some truth to that, I feel like. Everybody's just hating on the wrong things. But anyway, so that's that. There's not a lot of news to talk about, so we're just going to have a little fun. Okay, but we are going to get into the news. So that we're always going to stand. I will always be the #1 Clav defender. We are going to move on. We're going to get into the news. We're going to talk a little bit about Daily Wire, Tucker, the whole thing. Our first story, our featured story, we're talking all about the Daily Wire bailout. Now, this is one of my, I think, best predictions. Because this is something that I feel like nobody could have even predicted unless you just deeply understand how the system works. Our big story tonight is all about this Daily Wire bid for strategic investment. The big story today is that Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire is seeking $100 million in the form of a strategic investment. They're going to raise all this private capital so that they can expand and grow their operation, in their own words, so that the Daily Wire could rival the New York Times. That's the plan. They say that within 18 months, Daily Wire has a target valuation of $2 billion. Within a year and a half, they think this company is going to be worth $2 billion.
Oh yeah, they did so great.
And you
the
might be
first time.
thinking to yourself, how is that possible? Has not the
Chase.
Daily Wire fallen off a cliff? Their subscriber count, their viewer count, their paid subscriptions, their ad revenue? And the answer is yes. Every single one of their metrics is down. There is no follower growth. As a matter of fact, they have fewer followers. They have no views anymore. Despite having a channel with 7 million subscribers on YouTube,
crazy.
their videos
the
regularly
hell?
struggle to surpass 20,000 views
That's incredible.
per video. Their subscribers are
Bro, my videos do over 1,000, bro. That is insane, bro. That 27, bro. What the? That's wild.
down 30% over the past year. Their ad revenue has not grown since 2023. So literally every single one of their metrics is down. You might remember as well, 2 months ago, there was another round of massive layoffs. Daily Wire has now laid off something like 50% of their staff. They fired their CEO, Jeremy Boring, and they just fired his replacement CEO. They lost two
They fired
major
the one
shows,
Christian.
Candace Owens and Brett Cooper. And yet, in spite of all of this bad news, the numbers are bad. They lost the shows. They laid off the staff. The leadership's in chaos. They're restructuring the organization. In spite of all this, they're going to raise $100 million, and they really believe they're going to get a $2 billion valuation before 2028. And this is a story from Semaphore. We're going to work through some of the numbers here specifically. It says, quote, the Daily Wire, one of the biggest players in conservative media, is in talks to take on at least $100 million in investment with an eye on an initial public offering in a few years. The company, founded by conservative podcaster Ben Shapiro, has been in talks with Highmount Capital to lead a funding round that would value the company at $750 million, according to documents reviewed by Semaphore. Daily Wire, which is trying to take on the New York Times from the right, privately disclosed that it notched $48 million in adjusted EBITDA last year. But it also failed to grow its subscriber base and to keep the ones that it has paying, according to those documents. Highmount, which was founded by two former Koch Industries employees, has been helping the Daily Wire to shop around the investment to at least 4 other firms, including 2 strategic investors. The company's bankers said it had fielded buyout offers above $1 billion, but the Daily Wire's founders prefer to take a minority-aligned investment to grow the business, according to the documents. Those bankers said a $2 billion IPO could be achievable within approximately 18 months. Once seen as the Fox News for the next generation of conservatives, the Daily Wire has stumbled over the last several years. Strategic missteps and internecine fighting have led to key departures and audience attrition. The Daily Wire's paid subscriptions, which make up about 3/4 of the company's revenue, dropped by 1/3 in 2025 from a year ago to roughly 850,000 people. Ad revenue, which is 20% of its revenue, has also dropped every year since 2022. Despite boasting 3.2 million subscribers, recent YouTube videos have notched only tens of thousands of views, and it has begun to lose subscribers on that platform. As part of the company restructuring, Shapiro agreed to take less podcast money for more equity in the company, and the company planned to hire 5 emerging talents to produce podcasts and social media content. And I guess one of those is Matt Nuclear. Matt Nuclear, the Jubilee Niglet, who looks like an acorn. That's one of their emerging talents. Is that a nice way to say has no
Sure you do.
motion, is ugly, looks like Robert De Niro's mixed race kid? An emerging talent. That's an awfully charitable euphemism. One of those emerging talents. At one time, they had emerging talents like Brett Cooper, Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson. Now their emerging talent is the Jubilee Niglet, whose head is shaped like an acorn. Parents are from Angola. This is part of the $2 billion plan. Okay, everybody, quick, let's brainstorm. How are we going to bring the Daily Wire back? How are we going to make it like 2018 all over again when Ben Shapiro, left-winger, annihilated compilations were #1 on YouTube? How do we make it that way again? They put their heads together. They put their yarmulkes together. They said, I know. Let's hire this 19-year-old ugly black kid from Jubilee. I think that just might work. $2 billion valuation, here we come. But anyway, that's part of their plan. It says the memo also said that the company will increase its editorial investment to $6.4 million a year from $2.4 million and boost headcount to 67 from 22 as it expands to 67 from 22 as it expands beyond politics into breaking news, investigative journalism, national security, business, sports, health, and opinion. The memo said, quote, the advertising environment for Daily Wire has shifted meaningfully over the past 2 years. The stigma that kept many mainstream brands from advertising on conservative media platforms during the 2020 to 23 period has largely dissipated. The return of Fortune 500 advertisers validates the platform's scale and audience quality, and we expect the advertiser base to continue broadening as Daily Wire's content mix diversifies. So, a few months ago when the news of the layoffs was announced, everybody was taking a victory lap. And everybody said it's over for Ben Shapiro. People said, who even watches Ben Shapiro? They have no subscriber growth. They get no views. He's clearly not relevant. It's over for Zionist media. And now the alternative media will fill the space. And I warned you. I said, not so fast, because that's not how this works. You have to understand what the purpose of news media is. Why did Jeff Bezos buy the Washington Post? Why did Elon Musk buy Twitter? Is this because they are benevolent billionaires that have taken an interest in news media? Absolutely not. The reason the moneyed interests buy the news media platform or the social platform is because there is actually an intangible value, not a monetary value measured in dollars, not a monetary value in terms of profits. Jeff Bezos runs Amazon. He doesn't need any more cash. He doesn't need any more capital.
Good show tonight.
Elon Musk runs Tesla, SpaceX. They have giant government contracts. They don't need any more cash either. And Twitter is not a cash cow. Twitch is not a cash cow. The Washington Post is not a super profitable business. Amazon doesn't need the Washington Post to make cash. The intangible value of media, and news media in particular, we all know media conditions public opinion. Media influences society, tastes, trends, consumer habits, and yes, political opinions. All of this has impact on the market itself, on the next election. It is a form of in-kind lobbying. It is influence peddling. And so what is the purpose of an outfit like the Daily Wire? It is true that at one point the Daily Wire was a very profitable company. It made Ben Shapiro very rich. It made their investors very rich. And it is true that for a time, it incidentally was a profit-generating enterprise. And you might expect that like other industries and like other markets and other businesses, Daily Wire, the purpose of it is to bring their product to the market, make the best product, offer it at the best price, sell the most of it, and make money, like they were doing. But that is only incidental. That's actually not the purpose of the Daily Wire, and those are not the rules that govern the market the Daily Wire is in. You may think that if the Daily Wire ceases to make a good product at a reasonable price, if they lose profit, lose revenue, if they're not able to pay their employees, if they're no longer on the cutting edge, you might expect that like any other business, they're going to simply die off, declare bankruptcy, declare insolvency, sell their assets, and then they're just going to go and do something else. But that's not how this works. And I said that a month ago. Daily Wire's losing subscriptions, losing money, no longer profitable. It doesn't even matter. And I told you that what would happen almost certainly is that some conglomerate, some billionaire investor, someone from the outside was going to swoop in, give them a huge injection of cash, and that's going to keep them in the game. And in the meantime, at the same time that they're going to get an injection of capital, the rules of the game will change as well. If the Daily Wire is running out of chips at the casino, the pit boss is going to come and bring them more chips to play with. And that keeps Daily Wire in the game. And at the same time, the casino is going to change the rules. The rules of the market will change. If the Daily Wire's not doing so hot, not only are they going to get dealt back in, but the rules of the game will also change to make it so that they can start winning again. And what does that mean? Simultaneously, Daily Wire's having their bailout. At the same time, you're seeing an increase in censorship. You're seeing more manipulation of the algorithm. You're seeing the ADL take a renewed interest in what is happening on Instagram and Facebook. Guess who now runs TikTok? Larry Ellison. Guess who now runs CBS News and CNN? Larry Ellison. Barry Weiss. And who runs this administration? Trump, who's an ally of Larry Ellison. Trump, who is an ally of Ben Shapiro. Trump, who is an ally of these people. This is how it goes. And so what is happening with Daily Wire is that they are effectively being rescued in exactly the same way that Barry Weiss was.
Yep.
When Larry Ellison bought up CBS and Paramount and CBS News with his billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars for Oracle, who did he bring in to run his new news media empire? They gave Barry Weiss's Free Press a $150 million valuation, bought them out, acquired her, and then they put her in charge of CBS News. You might have been looking at an entity like Free Press. Actually, the odds are you weren't. You didn't know it existed. You never looked at it. You never knew it existed or paid attention to it. And you might expect that a business like that just simply wouldn't succeed. A business like that would just not get any attention. It's not hot, wouldn't gain any traction, wouldn't make any money. But that's not the point. It existed as a sinecure for people like Barry Weiss. It existed so that it keeps people like Barry Weiss in the game. It gives her something to do. The point of that venture was not to make money. If it did, great. If it didn't, it gives her something to do. It gives her a title when she goes to a symposium, when she goes to a talk, a debate. It gives her a title when she gets brought onto a show. It gives her a platform to bring other people on as guests, to launder their reputation or talking points through a high production quality interview. And it positions her to get a golden parachute from somebody like Larry Ellison when the timing is right. And the same is true with Ben Shapiro. You thought that Ben Shapiro is losing people's attention. You thought that Ben Shapiro was losing money. Nobody's paying attention to his show anymore. Surely that is the end. It's the end until a conglomerate comes in and pays him out. They're going to give him $100 million with this $750 million valuation. And now they just have more chips to play with in perpetuity. It's not based on an actual estimation of Daily Wire's profitability or the chances that they're going to get the youth back. Think to yourself, what are the prospects that you would ever watch Daily Wire again? Or anybody that you know for that matter. What are conservatives watching in 2026? Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Megyn Kelly, Ian Carroll, Alex Jones. I don't even like all these people, but that's what people are watching. What people have an appetite for is something like left-wing economic populism, criticism of Israel, conspiracy theories. They're looking for something critical of Trump. What is actually the subscriber base of Daily Wire? I think it's all boomers that are dying off. So people say in 18 months, Daily Wire is going to be worth 2.5 times more than it is right now. It's the opposite. In 18 months' time, a good percentage of their subscribers will probably be dead. A good percentage of those subscribers are probably reaching that age. They're going to be 80s, 90s. And so who knows what happens? Their Social Security checks still get direct deposited to Daily Wire. It's the opposite. Nobody would bet on Daily Wire right now based on consumer trends, based on the direction of the market, based on what's popular right now. But that is not the point. What has happened, and we all know this, is that there is a political interest right now in shoring up the pro-Israel right wing in particular, but I would even go further and say the establishment Republican Party in general. What does Ben Shapiro represent? Obviously, he represents an Israel first, pro-Israel politics. And that is maybe the primary thing that we associate with Ben Shapiro, and that's the primary reason he's being bailed out. He's arguably the only millennial or person under the age of 50 in the conservative media space that has any kind of name recognition, that has any kind of an audience, that isn't an Israel critical zealot at this point. And so we can recognize that that is why he's being dealt in. It's the same reason that Barry Weiss is being dealt in at CBS News. Why is this guy getting a sinecure? Why is he getting a...
It's to maintain their power. They bestow power onto these people. I mean, that's all it is. He couldn't get there on his own merit. He could not do it through the private sector, through the market. So they're going to bestow it. You know, they're going to crown him, basically. They're going to crown Super Jew with the fucking, you know, the caterpillars on his forehead. It's so damn crooked, man. We just need to run the whole lot of them out of our own country. Go ahead and be a news guy if you want, but you can't do it here, you fucking scumbag.
Bailout to the tune of $100 million. It's because he's going to be a reliable, youngish, millennial, pro-Israel voice, and it's very important politically that that continues to exist.
They're literally just going to shit where they eat. They're just going to stay here until we fucking run them out with pitchforks and torches. You know, right now, they should leave now while the getting's good. We're giving them the opportunity now. The next time, it's not going to be like this. We will have the torches and pitchforks. People are tired of these sons of bitches. Tired of them, man. They've been trying to lead us around by the fucking nose, man.
It's not going to make anybody money. It's probably not going to grow. It's not going to be extremely profitable for any type of investor. But politically, it is necessary that that position exists. Politically, it is necessary that Daily Wire exists, and Ben Shapiro has a title there, and they have a multi-million-dollar studio, which gives them a form of credibility, and it gives Ben Shapiro a fake seat to pontificate from to the masses. It's important that they shore that up as a pro-Israel guy. And I think everybody recognizes that. But I would add that maybe the less obvious angle as well is that not only is Ben Shapiro a tireless defender of Israel, but he's also a tireless defender of the free market. And you also understand that at the same time that people like Tucker and Candace and Megyn Kelly and the GOP at large and J.D. Vance, Steve Bannon, these people are all moving further away from Israel. They're also moving further away from free market orthodoxy. They're also moving away from a supply side economics. There are more criticisms now in this camp of AI, of little tech and Silicon Valley and Wall Street and the oligarchy. And not only is Ben Shapiro a bulwark against the Israel criticism and the decoupling of the right wing from Israel's influence, but he's also a bulwark against some of this more left-wing economic messaging as well. And the reason I say this is because who is leading this round of fundraising? It is two former Koch brother employees. And if you recall, those are exactly the types of people that led the initial round of fundraising for Daily Wire when they got off the ground 10 years ago. It was the Wilkes brothers. It was Tim Dunn. It was guys like this that were basically just establishment conservatives, free market conservatives. They're interested in the federal judiciary. They're interested in low regulation. They're interested in low taxes, a pro-business environment. And increasingly, not only is Ben Shapiro the only defender of Israel, he's also the only defender of the free and unregulated supply side free market policies. And so when you look at the bailout for Daily Wire, it's a reflection, yes, obviously, of the pro-Israel side, but also of the Chamber of Commerce, also of Wall Street, also of the business interests. And so the way that you have to look at it is the media market is not a representation of consumer taste. It's not a question of who's bringing the hottest, trendiest product to the market in terms of political opinion and taste making. It's more like representations of different political factions and who's going to be able to raise tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, who's going to be able to get that kind of access and play to that money, and then therefore come into the market with a high production quality product. That's the question. And so we saw this model already play out with Larry Ellison and Barry Weiss. And we've talked about this at length on the show. There was some recognition in 2025, and we saw it. They saw it too. There was this acknowledgement in 2025 that the pro-Israel side was losing the argument. They were losing the people. The online battle of clipping and news coverage and podcasts, all this stuff, they were all losing to the Israel critical side, on the left, on the right. And we all know Netanyahu in Israel launched this eighth front counteroffensive in America with his friend Larry Ellison to begin changing that. And what they did last year is they started buying up all these different media companies. Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, acquired Paramount Pictures. And then this year they acquired Warner Brothers. And with these acquisitions, not only did they get the entertainment products, but maybe more importantly, they get CBS News and CNN. And we know that Barry Weiss was bought out of the Free Press for $150 million. They put her in charge of CBS News. Now, as this Paramount Skydance production company acquires Warner Brothers with CNN, now they're saying she's going to be put in charge of CNN as well. At the same time, Larry Ellison, in the deal brokered by Trump to acquire the U.S. TikTok business, his Oracle company will now control the U.S. TikTok algorithm, U.S. TikTok user data, and they're going to be the largest stakeholders in the U.S.-based consortium that owns the U.S. TikTok business. So Larry Ellison, in the course of 1 year, has acquired CBS, CNN, TikTok, and he's put Barry Weiss and other Jews in charge of all of this. TikTok's U.S. business has a Jewish president. CNN and CBS are run by Barry Weiss. All those shows have Jewish anchors and Jewish producers and Jewish showrunners. It's a top-down acquisition of the media, vertical integration, putting their people in every step of this process to produce content, ultimately so that they can change overall the substance of what people are getting on their phones from top to bottom, from the actual studios to the licensing, to the streaming products, but also even to the actual social platform like TikTok. Every step of that process is owned, run, editorialized, managed by some pro-Israel Jewish person. And this is a multi-billion-dollar campaign involving shrewd regulatory capture of the Trump administration, political lobbying, huge political donations, all these kinds of things. This Herculean effort to shift a significant percentage of the media landscape in their direction. And now they're doing exactly the same thing with Daily Wire. Because in this Semaphore article, they not only say that Shapiro's going to get a $100 million cash injection and they're going to acquire these emerging talents, but they also said a couple of other things which are really interesting. They said the goal is to make Daily Wire compete with the New York Times. So make no mistake about it, Daily Wire is going to become part of this suite of pro-Israel news media products. It's going to be a constellation, a suite. This is all part of a closed loop system. CNN, CBS News, TikTok, Daily Wire, Free Press, all pushing in the same direction. And there's going to be all kinds of cross-pollination. How much market share is this behemoth going to have? Between Daily Wire, Free Press, CBS News, CNN, that's a significant chunk of the total. And understand, none of this is market driven. Was anybody in 2025 asking for more Bari Weiss and Ben Shapiro? No, the opposite. If you were an investor trying to make money in media, who are the rising stars? Tucker, Candace, me, Theo Von, Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly. All of these people hate Israel, or I should say, criticize Israel. None of this is market driven. In 2025, if you're analyzing the market, you would bet your money on that. You would look on the right and on the left, and you'd say, who are the biggest streamers with the young people? Who are the up-and-coming, viral, clippable streamers and podcasters? It's all people that, whether progressive or far right, are against Israel. And yet, the new media behemoth, the largest conglomerate in the world, it's run by Bari Weiss and Ben Shapiro. Arguably, it's two people that could...
You know, I take the chat off the screen, but you guys realize that he is getting super chats the entire stream? Literally has a $200 super chat right this second. Actually, earlier he had like 5 or 6.
Could not have fallen off harder, and someone that never was harder. Ben Shapiro is a has-been. Bari Weiss is a never was. She never caught on. Who is she really for? She's a liberal dyke from New York City that is part of the intellectual dork web. She's not even smart. Please. Who is that for? Like, who wants that? Nobody ever wanted that. She's a never was, and the Free Press never had a big subscriber base, and nobody ever read that. And Ben Shapiro, I don't think anybody fell off harder. Arguably, there was a time when he was number one. He was the keynote speaker at CPAC. Daily Wire was printing money, $100 million a year. They had Candace, Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, Shapiro. They had a pretty star-studded lineup. They are described even in this article as the Fox News of the younger generation. Now we can't get 50,000 views on a video. And this is what the billionaire money is all behind. She gets 150 million. Shapiro gets 100 million. She gets put in charge of a multi-billion-dollar news media apparatus. They're pushing him to a $2 billion valuation. And why is that? It's because of what they represent. In a way, they are like actors. What the billionaires want is they want a young girl.
Didn't I just say this like a few weeks ago, that the politicians are pro wrestlers? Like, it's the same as Bari Weiss, Ben Shapiro. They're just a figurehead. They're a face. They sell the bullshit. They sell the fantasy, the idea that there is, that he owns a legit company. That company is nothing more than a fucking cutout, man. That's all that shit is. It's a cutout for a bunch of crooked ass billionaires or crooked ass whoever, crooked ass elites. And Ben Shapiro is the face of that. It gets everybody to kind of swallow. Oh, okay, yeah, we know him. He's a journalist. He started a company. When it comes down to it, he doesn't write any of that stuff. And he just tells them what they tell, or he just says what they tell him to say. Same with Bari Weiss. She's not all that intelligent. Neither of them is all that intelligent. I have not yet one time in my whole fucking life heard either of those two individuals say anything remotely creative. Not one fucking time. Not once. So I don't even consider them above average intelligence. They're not. I've never once heard Ben Shapiro say anything remotely intelligent. Nothing creative, Nothing even close to a creative or intelligent thought. Neither Barry Weiss. She's a fat neck. The bitch has a big fat neck with a bunch of fucking fat rolls on her neck. It's just, and she's got she's just a big fat fucking marshmallow looking woman is what she is. And she's fucking, you ever heard her talk about Israel? Bro, she would kill you and I in a heartbeat if to save a Jew. And she wouldn't think twice, bro. She'd probably save her fucking dog before she'd save one of us. And all she does is talk shit about men and shove leftist women down right-wing men's throats.
Like Barry Weiss, a youngish millennial girl who is skilled, bitch, quote unquote, in media, who knows how to write articles.
She was trained by do anything, bro. She knows how to fillet Jews. That's all.
Hazoni and Brett Stevens. They want a young millennial guy like Ben Shapiro who owns the libs and is tech savvy. None of this is even true. But these are like the LinkedIn profiles of these people that are basically being hired as actors to be the faces of this totally astroturfed
good point. Well
influence operation. That's really what that is. They are tasked with playing the role of a popular podcaster. Barry Weiss has been cast in a role as the mastermind behind a more balanced CBS and CNN news media empire. She is being portrayed in her role as this smart, savvy,
she's
young, bringing a kind of quirky, eccentric energy, interested.
There's a wife who also writes journal or articles. Bro, it's a big fucking shovel full of horse shit. It's a big pitchfork full of horse shit.
And ideas less woke and censorious than the previous ones. None of that is true. She sucks. Nobody likes her. She has no fans. None of that is true. That is a role that is being handed to her. She's really being put in charge of Media Inc.
Great answer, by the way.
Look, the Jews have all the money, and they use their money to buy all the media. And they say, this is what the media is. We, the Jews, bought the media from those other Jews.
Bro, this is what they do, though. This is what they did to Germany. If people think Germany, they just like pulled a rabbit out of their ass or something. It's like, no. Jews were buying up their media and shoving garbage, bullshit, and propaganda down their throat. They had enough of it. They threw the damn yoke off. That's what they're doing to us right now. I mean, they've been doing it for a hot minute, but man, it's like they're doubling down and just, kind of abandoning the pretense at this point.
We bought CBS from Sherry Redstone. Now we're giving it to Barry Weiss. This is one of the 3 big networks, and we're combining it with TikTok and CNN and HBO Max and Paramount Plus, and this is Media Inc., and this is what you're going to get. This is one of the slop options that is being offered to Goyim. And here is the actress who's going to play the mastermind running it. This is what you wanted, right? And same thing with Shapiro. You wanted your center-right competitor to the New York Times, your news mogul. Again, here's your Ben Shapiro. It's tireless, brilliant lawyer in a yarmulke, upstart Jew, wrote his first book at age 17. David Limbaugh put him on. He's going to run your New York Times competitor. Here you go, Goyim, eat up. They're being put in charge of Media Inc. These are the only options the Goyim are allowed to see, and the purpose is to peddle the influence. So, no, people like Barry Weiss and Ben Shapiro, they're never going to go out of business, and no matter how much they fail, no matter how unpopular they are, they don't need to have fans. They don't need to be liked. They will always be dealt back in, always given these opportunities, always crammed down the throats of the Goyim. And the other thing I want to point out about this article, aside from this competitor to the New York Times thing, they also said, if you pay close attention, that now Daily Wire is going to get blue chip advertisers. What does that mean? It means Fortune 500 companies, the biggest publicly traded companies in the world, are now going to be advertisers on Daily Wire. Why is that a big deal? Well, which companies are big enough to have giant advertising budgets in their discretionary budgets to give to media companies? It's the biggest companies. It's the biggest Fortune 500 companies. And this used to be limiting for conservative media, because if a company is publicly traded and if the company is very large,
Well said,
then they
just
might
wait.
tend to not want to be associated with the right wing, which is unpopular. Why would Ford, why would General Electric, why would some of these big companies not want to give their huge discretionary ad budgets to the Daily Wire? Because they're publicly traded. And if they're publicly traded, then that means that they're sensitive to reputational damage. They want to make everybody happy. Now, how would anybody become unhappy with these companies? If the Jews, like the ADL or SPLC, will take out a front page ad in the LA Times and say, Ford, General Electric, Pfizer, these companies, they advertise with right-wing extremists, so-and-so, and that's why...
Like I said earlier, right wing, bro. It strikes me that most people don't even know what right wing means and what people on the right believe in, what their core value is. We know what it is on the left. Empathy. It's empathy to give your country away. It's empathy to cheat your own grandchildren out of a homeland, out of a fucking nation. That's empathetic, apparently.
They shouldn't be listed in this stock index, and that's why this pension fund should divest, and that's why this hedge fund should divest, and so on and so forth. In other words, it's a pain point. And so most conservative media can't make ad revenue, which is how all media is funded, because the ad revenue is provided by the biggest companies, and the biggest companies can't provide that ad revenue because they're being policed by these activist organizations with a reputational protection racket. And so what this article says is that, gee, all of a sudden, what did they say? They said ever since 2023, it seems that blue chip companies, Fortune 500 companies, are no longer wary of giving their ad money to companies like Daily Wire. I wonder why. Why, after 2023, what happened in 2023? Why, after 2023, all of a sudden, did all of this money, why did all of this blue chip Fortune 500 discretionary ad money get unlocked after 2023? You see, because before 2023, they wouldn't give their ad money to any right-wing company because they were afraid that they would be under attack by the ADL and SPLC. ADL and SPLC would say those companies support racist, sexist, Islamophobe, transphobe, so-and-so, and this would hurt their share price. But then after 2023, all of a sudden, they're no longer concerned with that. Could it have anything to do with October 7th? Might that have something to do with it? That after October 7th, the Jews that run everything saw Hamas leap over the border and kill everybody, and suddenly...
Bro, they didn't see a goddamn thing. They knew that shit was happening. I can't even believe this, bro, that he's actually... I guess maybe he's just going with the prevailing, the news narrative. But, bro, does anybody actually believe that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't know that that shit was happening and didn't know it was going to happen? I don't believe that shit for a second, bro. You can't cut a loud fart in Gaza without Jews knowing about it. And somehow they got fucking paragliders and guns and shit and fucking broke through. They had a fucking bulldozer. All that shit just appears out of nowhere, bro. I'm not buying that bullshit. I don't buy it, man. It's just some quick Persian rug that they think they're going to get past it. No, man, fuck you.
Those Jews realize that the third world is a problem, and the left-wing shitheads that support the third world are a problem also. because the left and
Okay.
the third
Thank you,
world became a
GQ.
problem for
Good night.
Israel. So now all of a sudden, the Jews that run that protection racket, the Jews that run the big asset managers, the Jews that run the big funds, that run Wall Street, in a word,
I don't think he instigated it. Honestly, I think either they straight up paid for it. Oh, no, you're right. He may have instigated it because they had Gaza locked down, and honestly, they have put those people into a pressure cooker and then slowly turned the pressure up year after year after year, like they were begging for that, like pushing for that, like you said, instigated. Just turning the pressure up. Those people were going to blow eventually. They were going to do something eventually, and they knew that. So they were I believe they were tipped off by somebody, China or something. But even if they weren't tipped off, they knew that shit was gonna happen. They're supposed to have the premier intelligence organization on the planet. They own Gaza. They have Mossad, which gets our nuclear secrets and shit. You're telling me that they don't have a microphone up every one of those people's asses? Okay. Sure.
they decided, oh, all of a sudden now Ford can give their ad money to Daily Wire. And I wonder why. Now that money can flow to the kosher establishment right. Do you think that means that America First is going to get blue chip advertiser money? Is Tucker Carlson Network going to get blue chip advertiser money? Are Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly going to get blue chip advertiser money?
Do they need it?
Or do you think those blue chip advertisers are still wary of putting their ad dollars behind those podcasters? And why would that be? What do you think would happen if Ford bought ads on Tucker Carlson's show?
Nothing.
Oh, well, Jonathan Greenblatt and Mark Levin and the JNS and the RJC and the WJC and the ZOA, they would lose their minds. The ADL and the SPLC, they would lose their minds. They would say it is reprehensible that America's largest automakers and chemical companies and whatever, if blue chip companies started buying ads with Tucker Carlson, we would know about it the next day. The bat signal would be put out. They would oy vey, shut it down immediately.
I think he's off here.
So I guess the blue chip companies are only no longer getting cold feet when it comes to the Daily Wire. And you realize this has always been the case. When YouTube and Facebook were censoring everybody on the right, they weren't censoring everybody. Daily Wire kept their platform access. Daily Wire kept their check marks. Daily Wire kept their business accounts and their representatives at those companies.
Didn't help them though, did
And
it?
Facebook, which are run by Sheryl Sandberg and Sergey Brin and Larry Page, they kept Ben Shapiro on the platform. Not only that, when the adpocalypse happened and people were being demonetized, forget about even censorship and platform access. When people like Steven Crowder and Fresh and Fit and others, when they were losing their monetization on the platforms, who kept their monetization and made it a fundamental pillar of their business model? It was guys like Shapiro at Daily Wire. And now, here we are all this time later. Ben Shapiro's in trouble. Subscriber base is falling off a cliff. He's not making money anymore. How are we going to keep Ben Shapiro in the game? Not only does he get a $100 million cash injection out of nowhere, even though clearly that entire ideology is going down the tubes, but also suddenly all this blue chip money gets opened up. And this is why I say there's a dual benefit. Shapiro is paid to play. He has endless chips in the casino, and not only
What does that matter? Nobody listens to that stupid. Nobody listens to him. They can give it. I'm happy that they piss their money down the drain on some fucking worthless, annoying, fucking pest of a J like Ben Shapiro. Thank the Lord they pissed their money down that drain. He wastes it. Remember, he pissed away fucking 100 million over in Prague or in the Czech Republic or some shit on some stupid ass King Arthur show. Bro, let him blow that fucking cash all over the place. Let him. I mean, the dude can't, he's got the anti-Midas touch. Everything he touches turns to shit. Go to it. Go to it. I think Nick's just a little bit envious, possibly jealous. I don't know. Pea green with envy.
Does he have endless chips, but also the rules will be changed at will so that he can stay winning.
What is winning, bro? They can change the rules all they want. It ain't going to make people listen to that fucking idiot.
That's how this works. We go into the casino and the deck is stacked against us. If we run out of chips and bust out, we're out. And that's it. Tough luck. The house always
we're free
wins.
marketeers.
If Shapiro busts out, he gets more chips, and then they change the rules so that he can win again until he loses the next time. And then they give him more chips and they change the rules. They give him an edge. And this is just what happens every single time. And that's just a little insight into the way that the country works. So that's the situation with Daily Wire. We're out of time, so we are going to move on into the super chats, and we'll see what you guys have to say about all this. You're not going to hear that anywhere else. And by the way, I said this when the layoffs happened. Initially. I predicted it to the letter. I said, just watch. I said, they're going to get $100 million exactly like Barry Weiss. And then that's literally what happened. And
Nobody
not only
listens
that,
to
like
her
I said, now they're
stupid ass
changing
either.
the rules. So now you're going to see, and that is like prohibitive for any right-wing podcaster. Nobody can get the big advertisers because the advertisers are all afraid that they're going to get attacked with this political protection racket. And sure enough,
I didn't realize the name of the game was to be a big business shill, Nick. I didn't realize that you were in this to shill for blue chip companies like Ford and General Electric and the rest of these fucking crooks that are killing us with like, bro, whose side are you on, Nick? Whose side are you on, bro? You're just another shark in a suit, apparently.
Now going to be immune to that? Oh, the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro. Amazing, amazing. Tucker Carlson, his only advertisers are the gold company that he owns, these fucking seed oil free chips and other assorted nonsense. It's like underwear companies and fucking beef jerky. And it's all this, it's just like insane stuff. And Ben Shapiro is going to be advertising with Pfizer, Ford, NATO, the U.S. Army, General Electric, Lockheed Martin. Because that's how it works. It's a closed loop. Okay, but we're going to move on. We're going to get into the super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. We're going to take a look. Isn't that nuts? Me, I'm on Rumble. Forget about, Shapiro's losing subs on YouTube. I'm on Rumble. I can't even get a Rumble deal. Not only am I in the Rumble ghetto, I'm in the back of Rumble ghetto town. I'm in the ghetto of the ghetto.
Homeboy is bitching and moaning about fucking 10 grand in super chats an episode. Spare me, bro. Spare me. I beg of you, spare me that shit.
I'm in the trap house in the ghetto. Like, they won't put me on the front page, and I'm not complaining. It is what it is. It's like I don't even get all the benefits.
You
of
are
being
complaining, bro. What are you talking about?
Of the Rumble ghetto.
You are complaining.
And I can't get what is it? Like subscription credit card processing for many years. I have it now, but it was like for 5 or 6 years I couldn't get it.
So you're bitching about something you don't deal with anymore.
We have a million problems with banking, super chats, you name it. We can't get fucking analytics. We can't get advertisers.
Hey, all you have to do, Nick, is start shilling for the Jews, and you can have all that. He knows what he has to do. He just didn't have nothing else to talk about, I would imagine.
And then Shapiro's over there. Oh, are you running out of subscribers? Here, take $100 million. It's like a game of Monopoly. Collect $200 as you pass go. Chance card. Rainy day. Here's $500 for free. All right, anyway, let's take a look at the super chats. Let's see what you guys have to say about this. It's just nuts.
It does.
Emerald sent $20.
I don't want to be that guy, but
seriously.
I don't want to
Should
be
a
that
filter for
guy.
where to get his.
I mean,
I
every
totally
time.
agree.
But
Yeah, I mean, it's just
got it.
you have these fads from time to time. These people all crop up every now and then, and you just got to be able to see past the hype. That's the thing. It's so funny that Sneeko was the guy that drank the Kool-Aid the hardest on Dr. Jang, because that's all Sneeko is just following one thing to the next. Isn't it so funny that now he's Mom
right.
Donnie's biggest dick rider? In 2024, Sneeko was criticizing Trump because he was pro-Israel. Until the election, of course. Then he put on the MAGA hat, and then he was pro-Trump.
Whatever
And now
gets him the
Sneeko
views.
is saying, Mom Donnie for emperor. Now he's a Mom Donnie guy. He is the biggest cloud chaser. Talk about blowing with the wind.
Second biggest.
I've never seen anything like it. It is so obvious. Oh, the Knicks are playing. Go Knicks. Oh, the World Cup's here. Go World Cup. Oh, Mom Donnie won the election. Go Mom Donnie. Oh, Trump won the election. Go Trump. It's like, oh, but Islam is cool now. I'm a Muslim. I've never seen anything. I've never seen somebody with a more unstable sense of identity than that. Now he's a Mom Donnie guy. Oh, really? Let's wait 5 minutes. He's a Hassan Piker dick rider. Goodness gracious. Sneeko is like, he is like that archetypal character in the movie who's like starts out as a mercenary, and he tells the protagonist, like, you can't trust me. I'm bad news. I'm only out for myself. But he kind of joins the good side, and you think maybe he's warming up. And then in the end, when the protagonist gets ambushed and they say, wait, how did you know about our plan? The mercenary strolls in and says, you knew it was like this from the beginning. I told you couldn't trust me. I told you I'm only in it for myself. Now give me my payment. Like, Sneeko is that archetypal. He's like Woody Harrelson in Solo. He's like that other guy in Star Wars. He's like that archetypal character that when the good guys get ambushed, the mercenary strolls in and says, hey, I told you I was only in it for the money. You knew I was only in it for myself.
Oh, what, like from
And he
Star
goes,
Wars?
what? We thought you were with us. We thought you were inspired by the rebellion. Like that is Sneeko to the letter. Which is crazy. So.
Heart of the Wolf
it's a
sent
shame.
$50. Super chatter last night asked about seasteading. Your instincts were on point. An Italian engineer already tried making a micronation in international waters. Ha. Heart of the
know.
Wolf sent $50. It was called the Republic of Rose Island. They declared independence in May 1968 and the Italian military blew it up in February 1969. There's a Netflix documentary about it in Italian. Two halves.
I know. I heard about that. And yeah, and that's a small example. That was almost more like some kind of artistic thing more than anything. I mean, that was even more of like an intellectual exercise. I don't even think the purpose of that was truly to create a sovereign state for anything other than as a thought experiment. The idea of seasteading is real. It's actually about creating a floating city-state. It's ridiculous. The powers that be would never tolerate it.
Jackson CA sent $40. No message.
Thanks. Unless it was like some kind of floating casino barge that was like, I don't know, like a floating Epstein Island
Southern
or
Grow
something.
sent $20. Ever heard of Zion Oil and Gas? My father has decided to not put money anywhere else in the stock market but there, man face palming emoji.
No, I haven't. But that's interesting.
Cox sent-
Yeah, sounds like you can't lose with
Ken
that,
Cox
right?
sent $20. 45-yo Mexican woman, 45-yo black woman, 55-yo white woman at checkout line. Which do you get behind to expedite your checkout?
I don't know. I don't do enough shopping. I don't do grocery shopping because I only DoorDash. So I mostly just DoorDash. So I don't do a lot of grocery shopping. I never have more than 10 items. So that's just something I guess it would be more of a theoretical experiment. I don't know. It seems like the Mexican would motivate. Mexicans are usually pretty motivated.
Brittany K sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate it. W. Brittany.
The Summer of Mark sent $20. From a criminally unappreciated tweet with pic. Important to note that a young Mark Levin looked like George Costanza.
I haven't seen that.
Mystery Meat Champion sent $20. Sneeko begs Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi to go on his stream but he declines and calls him a monkey. He is on a generational L streak.
That was awesome. Yeah, I called him a chimpanzee. Dude, I love how much the Jews hate Sneeko. It's hilarious. They really hate him. I think they hate him more than me. Probably because he's black.
Rape Cook and Eat Sneeko sent
Probably 'cause
$100.
he's
Have you been
black.
keeping up with the protest in Albania against the Kushner and Trump-linked luxury resort?
I have, yeah. It's very interesting. Thank you for the big super chat. Pretty based.
Trust sent $4,444.
Whoa,
This is not
this
money.
real?
This is trust. Make trust when needed. Give trust when able. Send trust to those you trust to sustain the flow of trust.
Is this like a you sent the same thing yesterday? Is this a duplicate or what does that message even mean? I don't even know what that means, but hey man, I appreciate the giant super. I feel like I don't even believe it, but thank you for the massive super chat, I guess. 07's in the chat for this mysterious individual. Well, I hope it is money. It is money, right? It is money, right? It's not some bullshit trick. When you say here's $4,000, but it isn't money, it's like, well, but it is money though, right? Like at the end of the day. No, but I hope this is not some kind of like scam
the
where it's
Bunker
like
Island. Yep.
it's in Zimbabwean money or something. Like I don't know what that. I'm a little bit perturbed by this. But I appreciate the giant super chat. Thank you very much. I don't know what that is, but I appreciate the support. God bless you. I appreciate all the support. Thank you.
Sabian sent $20. I can't relate to these haters. My enemies never made it. Drake.
Very true. That's true. It's true. They never did. Yeah, we love Drake.
Reflecting Pool sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat. The Chamber of Reflection Pool.
Jackson Dark Broy sent $20. Why does Matt Nuclear look like the ghost of Robert De Niro's son pre-true out?
Right? Dude, I think everyone's been saying
Randall
that.
from Recess sent $20. 100 million to Daily Wire, protecting their own. Any follow-up on your charity debate with the Cobra Kai guy?
Who? I don't know who that is.
Swank for Frog God sent $20. Massive piano above Sneakos head Groiper was too long for a name. I will never type in a super chat ever again.
Oh, okay.
River Forest Groiper sent $21. When I hear all the anti-rich sentiment, I'm just like, tell me you're a broke nigga without telling me you're a broke nigga.
Honest to God. Like, honestly, that's all that it is. Because it's not like these people... Here's the thing. There are some arguments to be made that there should be a more equitable distribution of wealth. I don't even like that word because wealth is not distributed. It does not get distributed. Who's distributing the wealth? If I start a company and I take a risk and then people want to buy ownership of that company because it's profitable, who gave me the wealth? It's not distributed. You could argue that, I'm not going to say that there's not structural advantages in the economy based on the rule of whoever gets the Federal Reserve money first has an advantage, or that there's funds that are sort of tightly controlled and things like that. But this idea that the wealth is like distributed and some people are being given more and other people are being given less, it's not really true. And regardless, it's like, okay, some people might have an argument about maybe it's better if the floor would be raised, if there was less wealth inequality. Like, there are some intellectual arguments for this. But the people that are arguing in favor of this, they're just seething brokeoids. They're just people that are mad that they're broke. And in a lot of cases, they're broke because they suck. It's not, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of earnest working poor. I'm not going to knock that. Life is really hard out there. I'm really sympathetic to it lately. I saw this TikTok the other day of this guy. It made me feel better. There was this guy and he's like, I'm 30 years old. He goes, and last week I had a full-time job. I lived on my own with no roommates. I had a girlfriend. He goes, but I lost my job. And because I lost my job, I couldn't afford rent. So I had to move back in with my parents. He goes, and because I moved back in with my parents, my girlfriend broke up with me. He goes, 1 month ago, I had a place of my own, a full-time job, and a girlfriend. Now,
Night, Alex.
I work full-time at a restaurant. I live with my parents, and I'm single. And the guy was like on the verge of tears. And I was like, fuck, like, and that is happening. I am actually deeply sympathetic to that because it does happen. And the job market is fucking brutal right now. It's brutal. And it's getting heavy out there. So I sympathize with that. But then there are a lot of people. It really is a coalition of cynical people on one side and then just the bottom of the barrel on the other. People that just don't work. There are a lot of people that simply do not work. And this is why they don't have money. Or they do work and then they just blow all their money. You see people that make no money And then on the weekend, they spend $100 on liquor, and then they get a $100 tattoo, and then they blow their money on like a designer clothing item, and they say, well, I needed this. It's like there are a lot of people that, like, they say they live paycheck to paycheck, and that's because they make it a mission to blow their paycheck every week. You know what I'm talking about? You also see a lot of that. There's a lot of people that simply do not work, and then there are a lot of other people that, like, they make it a mission to not have savings. And it's like, little bro, you can't be doing this. Like, you don't make enough money to be doing this. So you have some people, they're like, you know, I don't have enough money for rent. It's like, bro, you went to a concert. Like, you went to an expensive concert. You bought a handbag. You did all these things. And those are the types of people that are like, what does somebody need $1 trillion for? And then this is where you need to strike a balance. You cannot destroy the productive wealth to give it to people that are not productive. That's always the argument. Elon Musk does not have $1 trillion, you fucking idiot. You know, some people say, what does he need $1 trillion for? You fucking idiot. He doesn't have $1 trillion. The company that he owns 40% of is worth $1 trillion. He could not get $1 trillion liquid. That's the value of his company. And the company has value because of its productive potential, okay? Because of what the company does, because of the technology it owns, because of the hard assets the company has, because of the applications of the technology. And so when they say, well, we need to take that money and give it to these people, it's like what actually creates wealth is entrepreneurship, risk-taking, expertise, technical knowledge, hard work. Like a person that can orchestrate, a conductor, a music maker, a person that could put the deal together. Yes.
A person with the intellect to deal with complex systems, like he's talking about symphonies and shit. You know, you have to be pretty coordinated. You have to have, you know, a decent bandwidth of cognitive ability to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, he's right. I mean, and you have to have creativity. You have to have curiosity. I mean, there's a few things that make that up. And because you look around the world, not only a few peoples are like us. You know, white people, we invented practically everything. And that's not coincidence. Not at all.
Other people had an idea for an electric car. Other people had an idea for a reusable rocket. Elon did it. Elon figured out not just the tech, but the economics and the political lobbying and the business strategy, all these things to make it work. And there's very few, there's 1 in a billion people that can do things like that. And that is what moves society forward. It is those labor-saving inventions. That's the increase in productivity. It's entrepreneurship and things like that that is actually what creates wealth and gets us to the next plateau in terms of human prosperity. If you have this mindset of we need to take to give to somebody else, you're going to destroy all the incentives and the process that makes it possible to create wealth. Who is going to want to do these things if you don't get rewarded for it, if it's not easy to do it? It should be easy to do business. It should be easy to make money. People should be rewarded for their efforts. If it's punitive, then people are not going to do it. And so you destroy the productive capacities of the country. You loot money that is working for us so that it could be squandered on consumption. That's always the problem. It's the same premise of like, you know, you have like a labor-saving device like a stove, and Africans are going to break it apart so that they could use it to like fight each other or something. It's like we can use this to make more. We could take the farmland, and if we plant the seeds, we could grow the food, and we could grow food forever. It's like Africans will just eat everything and they won't plant, and then there's going to be no more harvest. It's like this is the same kind of mentality. So, yeah, dude, the eat the rich stuff, it's so poisonous. I fucking hate it. And I recognize we might have to go along with it in some sense because that's just the mood of the moment. But it's truly poisonous. You kill the goose that lays the golden egg so you can eat it, and it's just not smart. So anyway, yeah, fuck these broke niggas. These broke niggas, that fundamentally it's just a lack of competence. If you were smart, you wouldn't be broke. Let's be honest. Everybody wants money. If you were smart, you could get it.
True.
If you don't have it, it's because you're dumb. No, that's not always the case, but there is some truth to this. And
if by the end of your life you haven't made a success, then you weren't a success. You know, I mean, he's right to a degree. You know, you should, like I said last week, you should be able to. Nobody should be able to hold you down. You should be able to. You know, if you're clever enough, if you're really that smart, you shouldn't be able to be held down like that. You should be able to overcome obstacles like that. So I do agree with him, but I would just add the caveat that, you know, you can't judge somebody till they actually die. You know, it's like counting your projected gains in the stock market without cashing in. It's just on paper, you know.
So much of society is just buying off the losers so they don't become darklings and flip over the table. But yeah, it's true.
Was that
River
what they
Forest
did with
Roiper,
Nick?
they can't all be rich like us. They can't all be rich like the $100 a month club. You, me, whoever.
Do you hear Nick? He says, yeah, they pay off all the such and such so they don't come darklings. Was that like a confession, or what's up with that there, Nick?
No, but I appreciate it. Very true. Very true.
David Lancaster sent $50.
Come on,
I've been
guys,
rewatching
hit the
shows from the
likes up.
generational run. What happened to the Candace/Erica
Bullshit,
saga?
man.
At one point, you said you had the receipts and would expose her if Pusa didn't.
Candace Owens. I was going to do a big show talking about the Russia thing and John Mappin, and I don't know. I just don't really want to put her on blast anymore. I did, but now I don't. Mostly because I think I don't think she's actually the worst thing. At the end of the day, people like her, people like Tucker, they're closer to us than people like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. So I don't know if I really want to fully send it against Candace. And I like that. I kind of low key. It's like if Turning Point and Candace are blowing each other up, it's like, hey, that's not the worst thing ever.
Capitulated Jester sent $50. Grow Wipers keeping closed lips like quarter zips. Discussing the JQ at the HQ. Yearners turn learners to pave the way like Clav saved the day. Motion like a train, we won't refrain from America first. The Grow Wiper Floridian sent $1,000. Lean may be the law, but the pocket's gotta stay fat.
True. Thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. So true. And it's true. Face is lean, pockets are fat. That's true. That's how it has to stay. But I appreciate the massive super chat. So true. Got to get your money up because these socialists are going to take
Detroit
it all.
White Nigga sent $20. The Tucker prediction on X was a movie last night. This might be enough to radicalize my grandpa. W. Broken Clock.
Yeah, the broken clock is just right every second of the
Young
day.
Boy AI sent $100. Half done chemo and I'm currently interning at KKR. Landed it by exaggerating everything I could on my CV to as high and defendable a position as possible in the interview. When asked about current affairs, I basically gave your takes. Now I'm finally working. I owe you. Praying for you and your parents.
Hey, thank you very much, man. And thank you for the big super chat. I remember you. This other guy who got diagnosed with cancer, I think last year, right? Well, I'm glad to hear you're almost done and through chemo. I know it's brutal. The chemo is absolutely
No, that is funny, bro.
brutal.
It is funny.
So you're a trooper for getting through it and working in the meantime. So good for you, man. Seriously, God bless you. And I'm glad to hear that you're making it through okay. I hope you get a good scan. And, you know, the good news about cancer is I feel like there's good stuff always around the corner. That's one of the huge upsides, I think, of AI and some of these biotech innovations. Always more good news. So just hang on there, man. Or I should say hang in there. I hope it's going well.
User 1257456 sent $20. Hey Nick, how do you think President Trump can put Israel in its place without Israel using the Samsung option?
Send a bioweapon. Release a virus in Israel. That's how you do it.
What do you even say to that?
Grow Wiping in the Dark.
Oh, how do we tell Israel what to do without them doing the Samson option?
Grow Wiping in the Darkness sent $25.
It's not.
Conviction,
I don't think that's
logging, disloyalty.
as big of a threat as people think.
Grow Wiping in the Darkness sent $25. Conviction, a logging, disloyalty, thinking you stood a chance. Sentence, mogged to death at the large hands of Slim Fuentes.
So much disloyalty this year. I sit back and think about all the disloyalty this year. It's been a tough year.
Ernie sent $25. Where's the German Nick Fuentes? He's out there, but there is no First Amendment in Germany. What is he supposed to do?
I don't know what the purpose of the school. What is he supposed to do? It's like, I don't know, man. What do you want from me?
Gathalis girl sent $20. You are the reason my BF and I are dating. Would you accept a wedding invitation? Also, please crash Amphis 2026. Thank you.
So happy for you. So happy for you. Congratulations. I'm glad to hear that I'm the reason that you're dating. Oh, I love another happy couple. It's really brings me a lot of joy. I love it. The wedding, I don't know if I'm going to go to that, but good for you. So happy
Dan
for you.
Kazarian sent $250. No message 07.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. No message. Much better.
Construction Grow Hyper sent $200. Christ is King.
Hey,
Latin
thanks
cross
for the
emoji.
big super chat. W Construction and Blue Collar. We love it.
Fentanyl is good for you sent $2,000.
Hey!
What is the name of the space movie that was made in the year 1992?
I don't know. Thank you for the massive super chat. 07's in the chat. Thank you very much. Space movie in 92. I don't know. I have no idea. It's not specific enough. Space movie from 92? Would that be like Fifth Element maybe?
Or heavy
Or
metal.
was that the 80s? I don't know, man. Yeah, I could not tell you. But I appreciate the massive super chat. God bless, buddy. Thank you so much. Fentanyl is good for you, one of our closest allies.
Hobgoblin 13 sent $20. When you were losing weight, was there ever a day that you completely skipped eating?
Yeah. I've gone 24 hours without eating. And it's brutal because I get really hangry, but yeah. Yes, there were.
Crown Point Groy percent $250. So many of us willing to give you tens of millions. But you have a hard-on for Braden because he says he has sex with several women and is not Christian, which you abhor. How can we trust you?
Are there? He says there's so many of us willing to give you tens of millions. Who's willing to do that? What are you talking about? Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. You have a hard-on for Braden because he has sex with several women and is not Christian. How can we trust? Well, I mean, you're an idiot, so you can keep it. Listen, I don't need people checking me. I don't need people testing and checking me. I've explained why I like clavicular. I've explained it. So either you didn't hear that or you didn't pay attention. You're too stupid. Either way, this constant checking, I don't do that. I don't do this. How can we trust you? Listen, if it's a challenge for you, if I don't have anything to prove to anybody. I've been doing this for 10 years. I don't have a social life because I've sacrificed my personal life for this. I got subpoenaed by the government. I got put on a no-fly list. I mean, the sacrifices I've made, the time I've invested, I was the first to the punch on so much of this. I've taken on the whole world all at once. If that's not enough, it's because you don't like my take about an e-celebrity, then you're a fucking idiot. So... Thanks, but no
Mestizo
thanks.
sent $20. Clav gets nose surgery. Soon after date with Sophie in Paris. You get the height extension surgery. No one stopping you, King.
I don't know if I could ever do that. I think about it, but it's too extreme. You have to just sort of accept how you are. You have to accept your lot in life. It is what it is. You're given the face, the body, the height, whatever that you're given, and that's what it is. So...
Marcus Aurelius 6969 sent $25. Why not finish college, get a graduate degree and a real job like everyone else, to make more money? Thanks.
That's a good idea.
Double
I'll
Scoop
do
sent
that.
$20. W War Room Warehouse idea for the fellas. Probably would have to have an orgy, but my wife can't go because tummy ache.
That's really funny. No orgies in the you're wrong. It's not about that, dude. There's no sex in the compound.
No sex in the
Okay.
champagne room.
I'm a police officer and just want to say I'm a huge supporter and fan.
No sex
God bless
in
and stay safe, man.
champagne
Christ is king.
Thank you,
room.
man.
Sex in the
Appreciate it.
champagne room.
I hope you're one of the good ones. Hope you're one of the good cops. W.
JP now sent $50. PBD reminds me of Alonzo
Gonna
from Training
die.
Day when the Cholo said PBD is a no-good low-down dirty scamming vato, but I like that essay.
I never saw that movie.
Titus Roy percent $20. Thanks for years of insight and entertainment. Raising 3 boys, staying informed, and teaching America first values.
Love it. Glad to hear it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's so funny how triggered people get about the Clav thing. He's a sex haver. He has sex and you support that. It's like, brother, oh my. It's just, there's no escape. There's no escape from any of it.
Misogynistic 22-year-old sent $20. You have changed my life and led me to Christ's church. Genuinely thank you, bro. Key to stop caring about others' opinions on me?
Well, nobody really cares about you, so you shouldn't really care what their opinion of you is.
If they
You
even
have to realize that most people are incredibly selfish. Most people are not thinking about you at all, and they don't have your best interest in mind. And it's not to say that they're malicious. I don't think that most people are malicious, but most people are looking out for number one. They're not thinking about you. They're not thinking about what's good for you. They just don't care. And so everybody has their opinion about everything, but their opinion is a reflection of what they want and what they're thinking and what's going on in their life. So you have to think rationally. Their opinion is basically a lower information read of my plans and what's best for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because you've got your own life and you've got your own goals and you've got your own situation, and you have to do what's best for yourself. You have to do what's best for your career, for your family, for whatever it is that you're pursuing in your life. And other people don't share those values, those goals. They don't know what's going on. They don't know all the facts. They don't know what drives you. So people can think whatever they want. You have all the information. And it's the same reason that you shouldn't always ask people for advice. There needs to be some element of self-reliance and realizing, you could go to somebody for advice, but they don't have all the information that you have. You have all the information. You have the tools to solve your own problems. You have more tools to solve your own problems than other people in many cases. So that's where you get more of a self-reliant mentality, and you realize that people, not only that, people are jealous and judgmental. And, sometimes people will have a negative opinion of something for a completely arbitrary reason. So you just can't take it too seriously. People are fickle. People are fickle and moody and jealous and selfish and judgmental. So you have to take that into account. You can't be a people pleaser for those reasons. So you have to search out and seek out people whose advice you respect, and you respect somebody's advice if they've achieved what you want to achieve. So if it's an expert in your field, if it's someone who's done something you want to accomplish, those are the people whose advice is good. People that care about you, your parents, a spouse, a really good friend that's genuinely wants what's best for you. Those people that have your best interest in mind. But other than that, people are full of shit. Most people are fucking idiots, okay? Most people are so full of shit, they don't even know what they want. Most of them are coping about something, getting together and coping with their shared delusions. So I tune most people's opinions out. You only have to focus on people that are close to you, have your best interest in mind, people you respect. Those are the only opinions that matter. So that's my advice. People's opinions don't really matter.
Ethanol 04 sent $20. Would you ever use diarrhea and or piss as lube if you were running low on money?
Okay.
J. Pina sent $40. Sup?
Really? Why?
J. Pina sent...
Why? Do you think that's funny? I guess
J.
it
Pina
is.
sent $40. Sup, Nick? I like the Iran content. Sometimes I watch Fox just to read into their lies. Love the show.
Okay, all right, good to know.
Dollar Mike sent $20. At Dollar Mike, the audience of kids staying up late on summer vacation are sending garbage super chats. Imagine that.
Some rich people are sending
UK
some
Last
big
Stand
ones
sent
too.
$20. First time super chatter. Do you believe in destiny?
I do. I really do. I really do, because I feel propelled towards a destiny of which I'm uncertain as well. So, and I see it all the time. I have a sense of destiny, a sense of like things happening for a reason, things lining up, synchronicity. I had a dream last week. So weird. So I had 2 dreams last week. And the first dream I had, it was so vivid. And I tried to shake it off immediately. I had this dream, and then I had a dream that I got cookies. Okay, then I had a dream that I went to a French bakery, and in the dream, I got these cookies, and I got a latte, and I got gelato. And it sounded so good in the dream that the first thing I did when I woke up is I went to a French bakery and I got those cookies and I got latte, and I didn't get the gelato. And then the thing that happened in the other dream happened the same day. It was so weird. I even wrote it down. I wrote it down in my journal. I wrote what happened in the dream. And like I said, the second dream, I had this dream that I got these very specific cookies I got from this place. And I was like, that sounds really good. I'm going to do that. And it was great. I was like, I'm going to actualize the dream. So weird. Very strange. So I do believe in destiny and dreams, and I think that life is imbued with meaning and things happen for a reason. I'm a huge believer in that. So anyway.
Shoot. Something I was gonna say too. Of course, I fucking forgot it. Of course. So, oh yeah, destiny. That's what I was gonna. You know, the problem with the left. I don't think. I was gonna say what we were talking earlier about that shit. I was thinking, of, you know, the real and destiny's a perfect avatar for this. You know, the leftists, somebody like Destiny, they embrace him as like a good leftist, a good person. That guy is clearly a degenerate, a selfish, evil person. But that actually doesn't matter with leftism. Morally, you can be Satan. You can be the worst person on the planet. But as long as you hold the right opinions when it comes to politics, the left thinks you are a saint. You're a fucking saint. You could murder somebody. But as long as you hold the doctrine straight and true, bro, they'll let you off for anything. That's the difference, man. The left, it's a crop of evil thugs. And morality it works against you. They think you're evil if you're a moral human being. If you're moral, if you know right from wrong, boy, you're just an evil son of a bitch. You know, that has no empathy for the people that don't know right and wrong. And it's a total joke, man. And you can see right through it. Anybody, when you point this shit out to somebody, they're like, geez, you know, you're right. How many leftists have you seen that were downright evil sons of bitches? But they were a popular politician at the same time. You know, I mean, Bill Clinton, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying he's a bad president, but the guy was morally bankrupt. Bill Clinton is him and his wife, morally bankrupt human beings. But they're fucking heroes, man. I get it. They may help people through their politics, but Bill Clinton, he's a fucking rapist for goodness sakes. The guy's he's a disgusting human being. Uses the presidency to take advantage. I mean, come on now. That's so Trump is he's a disgusting. He was a leftist his whole life, pretty much. But what I'm saying here is they have no scruples on the left. They have no scruples. They don't give a damn about morality. They actually don't care if you help people either. All they care about, truly, is the appearance of that, or the appearance of you holding the right beliefs. I mean, it's a farce, man. I mean, I'm not saying the right's any better, the elite anyway, the elite right, but I do think that. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say all regular people that vote Democrat are even leftists. But I think, true leftists, they that's the way they think, man. I mean, Stalin was a true leftist. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Hitler, he was evil. You see, don't you see? To them, but Stalin, he was a good man. Like it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Like I said before, you know, the central theme to the right is law and order and justice. You know, like not racism. Never. Racism is like it's a very, very recent concept. It's like the last century that became a thing. You know, but when it comes to the left, there it's not racism, it's outright murder, it's outright or embezzling. I mean, and you know, they say to the cameras, they say, "Oh, I'm for this guy and that, you know, I'm for uh you know, they're for social program, this, that," but and then it come to find out they've been embezzling half of the shit. You know, the social programs, I'm not dead set against them, but I know this, they are a cover, they are a facade, they are a front for embezzlement. That's what USAID was. I come to find out the other day, I seen a post on X. Half of every country, but basically, Brazil has gone far right, pretty much, or gone to the right, because for USAID was literally paying those countries to be left. They were paying for propaganda. They were paying. We were paying to keep those countries on the left with our money. With our money, man. They're over there paying coca farmers not to produce cocaine, only for them to produce it anyways and get our money. You know, I mean, the leftism thing, you know, I'm not 100% against all the social stuff, but the problem is though is that this stuff is used to pick our pockets. And I get that the right uses that shit to be authoritarians. They use the law and order thing. They take advantage of that too. I get that. But you know, at least they're, you know, the ideology though, like on the right, at least there is you know, it's truly, it's not about stealing money. You know what I'm saying? It's not about law and order doesn't benefit the politician, you know, not like neither does the social programs, but they can be twisted to do that. I mean, you know, they could do that on the right too, but at least when it's the right, they can do that. But you also have law and order because, you know, the right, all they're going to do is go too far with law and order. They're going to go too far, maybe, you know, and it gets a little bit authoritarian. But at least you got the law and order. At least, you know, criminals are in prison, in jail. On the left, you just got stealing. You just got embezzlement. You don't have none of that stuff. You don't have any saving grace to it. They've taken your money, pissed it down the drain, or stole it. And you don't, and you get soft on crime shit. You get Irina Zarutska stabbed to death on a damned bus or a train or whatever the hell it was. Good night, Krieger. Anyway, you know, I just wanted to say that piece. I appreciate you guys sticking around for a couple of minutes and letting me shoot off at the mouth. But I do have a doctor's appointment in the morning. But yeah, I appreciate you guys watching. Fantastic stream. Great chat, fellas. I will see you guys tomorrow evening. God bless and good morning. As